Adjustants, operatives, commanders, and dolls. Welcome back to another Snowbreak video. We are doing story event. This is a new event, Defiant Bloom. It does look like blood, but then there's a D, there's an M, so different letters. There we go. Now, we are gonna do the main story, and I have not started it yet, so therefore we're gonna start it now. Progression 1, Outshine. Hello, Karina. Oh, by the way, if you don't know who she is, go back to my other video. You'll see her. I'm doing the gacha poll on her, and there was an image of her at the opening of this scene. So, like, comment, and subscribe just for this. Let's go. Let's go. Mission objective, gather intel on technologies controlled by the Genormia family. Key figures, Myra Genora, acting head of Genora's biotech. Clarina Genora, designated heiress of the Genora family. Mission phase, per agreement, escort Clarina Genora back to Holmes to Genova's treatment. Ah, yes. I completely forgot about the voiceover thing. It feels comfortable. Although, since they're gonna do a recap event, I don't think there's gonna be voiceover. It's only just for this one. Here.
少々お待ちください。身分確認中です。クリア。ようこそディノーラ庭園へ、分析員殿。ID カードをお返しします。ご利用可能な権限はレベル B でございます。何かご要望があれば何でもお申し付けください。ミラ様の指示通り全力でサポートいたします。
Then I better thank her in person.
分析員殿のために晩餐会を用意しました。どうぞこちらへ。
Unlike the Acropola's sharp modern lines, this manor follows the style of once popular in Philosia centuries ago. Crimson blooms trailed the vines spiral in the colonnades. Fountains murmured days and night, blending with the cicadas into the living symphony. What a lovely view. Must cost a fortune to maintain.
こちらです。
As I pass through the main gate, maids line the path on either side, bowing in perfect unison. From the grand staircase above, descending the ladies of the manor, but she looks different from last time.
お久しぶりね、分析員。まだ覚えているかしら。私、ミラ・ディノーラよ。ミラって呼んで。
By the way, I think we met her in the last story event, most likely. It's probably because I forgot I'm focusing on other stuff now, so that's why. Has it? Didn't we just met a couple of weeks ago at the Acropolis? Though I'll admit, you do look different. Took me a second. She froze, her sharp gaze sweeping over me.
タウはなかなか気前がいいわね。かの分析員をよこしてくれるなんて。これで安心だわ。
By the way, she's very busty. Hold on. Let's get a good view of her. Yep. Very busty. Let's continue. You and Tao seems close.
まあね。タウの治療は最初、姉のビネットが担当していたの。姉が亡くなった後は私が引き継いだわ。クラウリナを呼んできてちょうだい。そろそろ時間よ。かしこまりました。クラウリナは姉の娘よ。これからお世話よろしくね。
You have my word.
そうそう。友人の子たちも呼んでおいたの。いいかしら？ みんなあなたのことを知っているわ。
Not at all.
ならよかった。こっちに来て。
With effortless grace, she took my hand and led me upstairs.
皆さん、お待ちかねの大ヒーロー、ユグドラシルの分析員のお出ましよ。どうしたの？急に黙っちゃって。さっきまで盛り上がってたじゃない。もしかして淑女ぶってるの？
You guys don't see this, but I almost skipped the dialogue to this. That was really bad of me.
さあ、紹介するわ。こっちはベレニス、チップ工場の娘さんよ。あなたに抱きかかえられたいってさっきまで話してたのよ。
Berenice. However she pronounced it.
もう何言ってるのミラさん。分析員さん、私はベレニス、ベティと呼んでね。
What does she look like?
分析員さん、私はベレニス、ベティって呼んでね。
I'm still wondering who the other girl is, but who... Okay, continue. Someone parroted the line with a theatrical flair. This room burst into laughter. A girl slipped through the crowd and approached me. She patted my shoulder, giving it a cheeky squeeze, like she was sizing me up. Tuck a note into my pocket.
私はヘレナ、おばあさんが軍の中将なんだ。何かあったら私に連絡して。
They really skipped out on the characters. I'm not sure what they look like. Maybe they'll show us, but who knows?
ちょっと、どこ触っているのよ。挨拶も交わしてないのに、その絡みはないでしょ。
Before I knew it, the girls swarmed in, voice overlapping, each one scrambling to get a word in. It was all chirps and chatter. I could barely make a single sentence. So it's a harem that you cannot get every image of them together. I guess you could slap some silhouettes and whatnot. Maybe.
分析員さん、もうホテルは取ったの？まだならうちに泊まりに来ない？広いよ、うち。ディノーラ庭園よりも。
Are you sure about that? Whatever.
私ん家に来てもいいよ。戦車ドライブとか興味ない？あんたの好きな型番で行こうか。うおー、この引き締まったボディ。一人でタイタン倒せるって聞いたけど、本当
Their excitement was a bit much, almost exhausting. But with the mission in mind, I put on a polite smile and played along. As I silently counted the seconds until dinner could rescue me from this siege, the maids opened the door at the far end of the hall. A girl stepped out, eyed lowered, lifted her dress delicately with her both hands. The room fell silent. It was as if even breathing too loudly might startled her. I've seen that face before, just a few days ago, as I sat on the bench in the Acropolis campus. Hold on, let's get a good image of her. Yeah, this should be the thumbnail. Probably, this should be the thumbnail. Like Myra, she looks distinctly different.
もしもし。ええ。抜け出してなんかないよ。ちゃんと学院祭会場にいるわ。
Oh, we did meet her. Okay. Got it.
新しいジーンロックの取り付け？急に何なの？地下。はい、 わかった。今から向かうわ。別に。ちょうど暇してるし。皆さん、お待ちかねの大ヒーロー、ユグドラシルの分析員のお出ましよ。さあ、紹介するわ。
Back then, her face was quiet, her eyes wandering up to treetops and drifting clouds, like a bird in a cage, peering out at the world just beyond her reach. But now, her face felt a flawless smile, neither submissive nor proud, just perfectly poised. Oh yeah, this reminds me of Final Fantasy XII, where Bosch was thinking of himself as a bird in a cage, but even if he's out of the cage, there are still people that's watching over him. So even with wings, you are still under surveillance regardless. Because he is a war prisoner at that time. I don't think it's spoilers in Final Fantasy XII, but regardless, let's get back to where we are. There was barely a trace of emotion. To a stranger, she seems like any well-bred airness.
クラウリナ、こちらが分析員さん。これからお世話になる方なのよ。
ごきげんよう、分析員殿。これからよろしくお願いします。
Ah, her mouth moves while the others don't. Got it. Clarina stepped forward and dipped into a small courtesy. Hello, Clarina.
さて、みんな揃ったことだし、始めるとしましょう。
The entire buzz faded. The girls regained their composure, as if the pre-dinner buzz has nothing but a passing gaffe. Some were graceful, others poised. Their manner was polished yet measured. Each spoke with charm, or at least with a sharp gasp of their family business. I grew bored. Like Myra and Clarina, they each wore a different kind of mask. Polished, practiced, unreadable, nothing real beneath. The banquet continued. Guests settled into cluster. With everyone assigned a seat, I was no longer the center of attention. In the tired cliche of the high society banquets, only the food brought me any real pleasure. Some dishes were classic, others inventive. All of them stir my appetite.
分析員さん、お料理気に入ってくれたみたいだね。
Right, it suits my taste, and a few dishes were entirely new to me. Are they Philosia's local specialties?
ディノーラ庭園の名物料理よ。クラウリナが食にうるさくてね。庭園の料理人はみんな苦労していたのよ。あれもダメ、これもダメ。私にはわからない味の違いでも、彼女にはすぐにわかるのよ。おかげでうちの料理人もどんどん腕が上がって、今はもう業界の引っ張りだこ。
I glanced towards Clarina. She met my gaze and gave a gentle nod. Clarina seems rather quiet.
ちょっと人見知りなところがあってね。慣れたらよく話してくれるわ。そういえば、ベティ、この間頼んだ服、もう届いてるそうよ。執事のところに預かってると聞いたわ。
Bettinius blinked. Her eyes flickered between Myra and me. I already forgot how to pronounce her name. I think it's easier for me to call her Beatrice, but that's not really how it's pronounced, but I'll just call her Beatrice for the time being.
嬉しい。ちょうど聞こうと思ってたの。今から見に行きたい。箱を開けてもいい？
今すぐ着替えてもいいわ。
それじゃあ、私はこれで失礼するね。
A dress.
ええ。 クラウリナは衣装デザインにもセンスがあるらしいわ。それも有名デザイナーも認めるほどにね。だからたまに友人たちが彼女のアドバイスを聞きに来るのよ。
She's quite the polymath. Myra smiled, swept her gaze across the room, and leaned in closer.
分析員さん、クラウリナの事情はもうタウから聞いてるわよね。
Of course. Is there something on your mind?
ええ、確かに少しね。
Myra lifted her glass and took a sip. Though speaking to me, her eyes lingered on Clarina.
姉は若くして亡くなったから、クラウリナは私が育てたと言ってもいいくらいよ。やってほしいと言ったことをあの子は何だってこなしてきたわ。
That's impressive.
ただ一つだけを除いて。
There was pride in her eyes, and something else. Exhaustion.
治療のことよ。
She's not cooperating with the treatment?
ティーン症候群の厄介さを知っているかしら。世界中の人々が治療法という治療法を試みて、未だに有効なのはバルダー抑制剤だけ。
Allergic reactions to the Baldur inhibitors are rare, but we'll find a workaround.
信じていないわけじゃないけど、事実がそうなのよ。だから正直な話、ユグドラシルに連絡したのもダメ元のつもりだったわ。クラウリナは今まで遺伝学の臨床研究に打ち込んできたの。完治の見込みがどれくらいあるか、彼女は誰よりも分かっているわ。彼女が明るく振る舞えば振る舞うほど、私は悲しくなるの。まだ18歳なのよ。
I was at loss for words. That quiet look, Clarina gazing out the window, came back to me unbidden.
失礼だったわね。暗い話ばっかりで。でもあなたなら奇跡を起こしてくれるかもしれないって思うわ。だってあなたは特別だから。
What is this supposed to mean?
お久しぶりね、分析員。まだ覚えているかしら。私、ミラ・ディノーラよ。ミラって呼んで。
Ever since her greeting at the gate, something has been gawning at me. She seems to know me from long ago. I get the feeling we met before. Was the Acropolis really the first time? I looked into her eyes. She frowned, gazing penetrating, as if trying to read my mind.
ええ。
She turned her head and reached for the glass.
一応誤解ないように言っておきましょう。ユグドラシルを信じていないわけじゃないわ。あなたとタウの功績は誰もが認めている。
She raised her glass again, her head dripping in the graceful acknowledging nod.
それじゃしばらくクラウディナのことはお願いね。
I raised my glass to meet hers, then followed her gaze to Clarina. Clarina sat quietly, engaging in none of the conversation but answering with poise when spoke to. Her gaze flicked now and then between me and Myra. I'll do my best, Miss Myra. Chord, adjacent, listen to my song. Somewhere between ceremony and warmth, I finally managed to steal a quiet moment for myself. The hallway opened into the balcony, overlooking a garden terrace in full bloom. Amidst to the moonlit blossoms, a lone figure stood at the edge of the terrace. Clarina? The figure stirred, then turned to face me.
分析員殿。
It was getting a little stuffy inside, though I stepped out for some air. Are you here for the same reason?
それは皆様お話の上手い方々ばかりで、私が居座っていても場がしらけるだけなので。
Yeah, it was getting a bit too lively in there. The view's lovely from up here.
お気に召してくださって何よりです。おばさんが多忙な身なので、何かご要望がございましたら、どうぞ私に何なりと。
You can relax with the formal stuff. I'm pretty easygoing.
客人の寛大さは、おもてなしが粗末になっていい理由にはなりません。こちらに降りてみませんこと。
Sure. How exactly do I get down here? The railing came up to my waist. I have no idea how she made it down.
そちらに立ってくださいませ。
She stepped closer and gestured towards a net of tangled vines, just beyond the railing.
大丈夫です。安全ですから。
Only then did I notice a few steps set aside into the wall besides the railing. I took the stairs to the mesh. Just as she said, it held weight with no trouble. Clarina swept a flashlight over the vines. Whenever the beam touched, the strands loosened and gently lowered me to the terrains below. That's amazing. Some kind of photosynthetic response?
ゲノム編集という遺伝学に基づいた技術ですの。実験のリスクからすると、動物よりも植物の方が取り扱いやすくて、開発しがいがありますわ。
But what about daytime? Wouldn't the vines just lie on the ground?
昼間は。
She glanced towards the wall. A staircase ran from the terrace up to the balcony. I hadn't noticed it before. The vines has hidden it completely. So why the vines? Is there already a stairway?
夜は暗くて踏み外しやすいでしょうからと。
Don't you have a flashlight? She looked up at the moon, visibly awkward. Right. Flashlights don't make for a good moonlight. Good design should balance function and aesthetics.
分析員殿もデザインの心得がございますの？
Not exactly. Just know people with good taste. Pick up a thing or two.
どうぞおかけになって。
The seats were simply cushions arranged along with the terrain's edge. A small case sat nearby. I sat across leg on one. She opened the case. A teapot sat on top, its spout still steaming. The drawers below had several plates of snacks, which she laid out between us. There were also two small Geyser Porterson cups. She poured the tea. Its amber hue released a delicate fragrance into the night breeze.
ソチャですが。
Thank you. Beneath the clear night sky, the air was steeped in the fragrance of tea. Clarina slept delicately, her eyes fixed on the stars. How nice. I turned to look at her. She was quietly gazing at the stars, Noticing my gaze, she slipped into her usual smile and gently refilled my cup. Shouldn't be here. This is your secret hideout, isn't it? No grown-ups, no pressure. Quiet, safe. Your own little secret garden. I shouldn't intrude.
いいえ、そんな大層な場所では。
She seemed slightly caught off guard by my candor. I should go back to the table. Thanks for the tea.
もうしばらくお付き合いいただけて。
Only if you drop the formality.
おばさんがいない場合なら。
Deal. She smiled. At last, a real one. Unrehearsed, unposed.
何やら、あなた様。あなたは、おばさんの友人たちと違うような気がするわね。
I'm not from her circle, but I had friends who were. Some thrived in it, others just tiptoed around.
いたというのは、身分の違いで疎遠になられたとか。
She died. In euros.
それはご重傷様で。
Maybe that's why all this feels familiar. I don't really belong in this high society, but it reminds me of her. Everyone saw her as a leader, a symbol, a hero. People like that rarely get to be themselves.
オルロバ女公爵のことなら聞いたことがあるわ。あのお方にとってこの世を去るのもある意味救いなのかもしれないわね。
Even so, there's no reason to stop fighting, right? She paused, gave me a long, knowing look, then let out a soft laugh.
やはりあなたもおばさんに頼まれて説得しに来た人なのね。
Not quite. We've been entrusted with your care. I'm just doing my part.
それはどうも。私も別に諦めるつもりはないわ。でも世の中には分かっているけれどどうにもならないことがたくさんあるわけだから。もし手を尽くしてやはり無理だと分かったのなら、その時はお気になさらないで。きっとそういう運命なのだから。
So that's what Miss Myra meant.
おばさんに何か吹き込まれたのかしら。
I wouldn't say that. She just described this calm acceptance you carried.
やはりそうなのよね。
She leaned in towards the flowers by her hand. Their scent brushes her brow, coaxing out of her soft smile.
私頑張って生きていくわ。花の香りや月の光のためにも。音楽はお好きかしら。何か吹いてあげましょうか。
Of course. I love to hear it.
では拙いですが。
She took out a harmonica from her pocket, closed her eyes, and began to play. A soft, wistful melody floats out. Her hands cup the harmonica, hiding her lips. The plaintiff's notes, gentle drifting, soon had me closing my eyes too. I think this should be my thumbnail. A lone traveler on horseback, jousting by the road, yearning for the open plains of home, bound for an unknown land, bearing joys and sorrows no one else could see. As the tea fragrance faded, the melody drew to a close. The night returns to stillness. That was melancholic tune.
切ない。
Yeah. To leave or stay, to move forward or remain. No true choice, just a weight of what already is. Words meant to soothe become lies to convince oneself, unwilling to continue, yet dragged onward by the current. Was this piece called?
たまたま耳にした曲で、名前はまだ気に入ってもらえたかしら。
I do. It suits this place. How should I put it? Being a little pessimistic now and then isn't such a bad thing. Like this tune, it's okay to be a little pessimistic sometimes.
それはよかった。機会があったらまた聞いてもらえると嬉しい。
I look forward to it. Just then, I saw the guests trickling out in twos or threes. Engines flared, then faded. The manor sank into silence. It's getting late. Shall we head back?
私はもうしばらくここにいるわ。
Then I'll leave you alone.
ごきげんよう。いい夢を。
I retraced my steps back to the hallway. A maid guided me to my room. Just as I reached to turn off the light, the sound of her harmonica drifted in through the window. Good night, Clarina. The next morning, the bird's song drifted through my window. The bed and pillow were just right. I slept like a log. The manor hasn't quite shaken off the husk of night. Everything was still, saving for the glowing lamps.
分析員様、おはようございます。
Good morning.
朝食をご用意しました。今すぐお召し上がりになりますか？それともクラウリナ様をお待ちになりますか？
What about Miss Myra?
ミラ様ならすでに朝食をお済ませになって出社されました。
Then I'll wait for Clarina.
かしこまりました。では朝食は8時30分になりますので、また声をかけさせていただきますね。
That's still half an hour away. Is she up yet?
クラウリナ様は決まった時間に起床されますので。
Ah, I see. Alrighty then. What's that smell? The air is smell of something burnt. The sound of commotion wasn't far behind.
少々お待ちください。
The maid gathered her skirts and rushed off. Out of a mix of concern and curiosity, I followed after her. She slipped through the side door off the banquet hall, probably the kitchen. Next to it was the service hatch, through which I could see maids scrambling to clean up. Amidst the frenzy, Clarina was being shielded by other maids. Her face was smudged with soot, her expression dazed. In front of her, A frying pan was still smoking, clearly just put out. At the center, something charted and unidentifiable. Is that supposed to be food?
早く医者を呼んできて。
待って、大丈夫よ。これが水蒸気爆発。朝食の時間は20分くらい遅れると分析員殿に伝えておいて。
かしこまりました。
The maid nodded and hurried off. I slipped back to my seat. She returned and gave me a quick bow. Moments later, a few maids brought out a tea and snacks.
分析員様、申し訳ございませんが、こちらの不始末で朝食は20分ほど遅れることになりました。こちらのお菓子などをお召し上がりになってお待ちくださいませ。クラウリナ様はすぐにお見えになると思います。
No problem. I'll just take it easy for a while. It wasn't long before Clarina entered and sat down across from me. Her face was being scrubbed clean of soot. She looks perfectly composed, as if nothing has ever happened.
ごきげんよう。ごめんなさい。手料理を振る舞おうと思ったけれど、やり方を間違えてしまって。朝食はもう少し待っていてください。
I expected her to downplay or gloss over the mishap, but instead, she owned up to it without hesitation. That's very thoughtful of you. It's no trouble. I'm in no rush. The tea snacks last night were already a treat.
昨日の料理を作ったのは私じゃなくてうちのシェフ。その料理は不得意だからあまり期待しないように。
Really? That's not what Miss Myra said. She told me you had an exceptional palate.
正直料理に関する知識と理論は知っているし、名物料理人の料理もあらかた食べてきたけど、自分で作ったことはないの。今朝も急に気分が乗ってやっただけ。まだまだ練習をしないと。
That's perfectly fine. Actually, it makes me feel even more honored. Trying something new. Trying it outside of your comfort zone. Takes more courage than sticking to what you're good at.
こんなことを言うと変に思われるかもしれないけど。
She paused, met my eyes with quiet sincerity, then went on.
あなたと知り合ってとても嬉しかったので。
Same here.
それはよかった。おばさんが言うにはどうも私は性格に難があるらしい。それゆえかあまり友人というのもいなくて。
That can't be true. I only met you yesterday, and that's not how you come across at all. Maybe Miss Mara just had high expectations. Oh, actually, I've seen you once before.
本当なの？普段は屋敷にこもっていて、たまに授業を受けるために学院へ顔を出すこともあるけれど、私を見かけたというのはどちらで？
Sometimes it's hard for me to follow the story, but I think he saw her during the hallway in the science building or something. I don't really recall, but I am wrong. I could be wrong. I was on a mission to the Acropolis a few days ago. I saw you on campus. You rolled down your car window and looked out.
なるほど。それは奇遇ね。
Okay, I was wrong, but was there a dialogue on that one? I don't remember. Maybe that's from the prologue of the last patch of the story event. I'm not sure.
少し話がそれたわね。出発は明日だから、今日中に支度を済ませないと。
She glanced over her shoulder, and the maid behind her gave a courteous bow.
ご支度はすでに済ませておきました。荷物の詳細はこちらのリストをご覧ください。荷物は午後、空港に運ばれて輸送機に積まれます。ホルムへの到着は夜になるかと。
Loading. A transport aircraft?
遠出は不慣れだからみんなに任せたわ。忘れ物がないか代わりに確認してもらえるかしら。
I took the tablet and scrolled a few times, but the scroll bar barely moved. The more I scrolled, the deeper my frown. It looks more like a department store restocking manifest than a packing list.
どうかなさったの？
I think you might be mistaking a trip for a full-blown move. Well, let's just call this a trip for now. Most people don't pack this much for one. A trip meant to offer a change of pace. Less like trying local food, wandering unfamiliar streets, staying somewhere new, and seeing beyond your usual walls. That's what a trip means to most people. It may not suit you, but it'll be a big shift for your usual life. Not sure how well you'll take to it. But I do know Yujutsu might give you the highest standard of hospitality. That much I can promise. Besides, you got me. Once we're in homes, it'll be my turn to play host. I'll make sure you're well looked after.
なんだかとても楽しみだわ。それなら。
She blinked fast, fingers tightened around her fork without even noticing.
荷物を全部置いていってもいいかしら。この身一つであなたと。
え？
どうかしたの？
いえ。やはりお待ちください、クラウリナ様。せめてこれを。
The maid hurried off and soon returned with a sleek, overstuffed card case.
これだけは持っていかれてください。
Clarina opened it. A dozen of premium bank cards gleamed inside. She looked over at me, as if seeking my thoughts. Works for me.
じゃあ決まりね。
She chuckled and tossed the case away, already looking as if she was imagining the trip to home. Okay. Fireworks. Adjusted. I want to trust you. Easy there. Clarina clutches my hand as she carefully made her way down the boarding ramp.
ありがとう。
How are you holding up?
なかなか斬新な体験だったわ。
3 hours earlier, we went taken off the Velocio aboard of Yujutsu light aircraft. Fast, agile, and lightly armored. Its only flaw? Passengers' comfort wasn't a design priority. Clarina was bent doubled, one hand on her back, head lowered and the other over her mouth, like she was fighting the urge to throw up. I did. We're all set. Might run a little test. Might run a little late. Don't wait for dinner. Don't wait on dinner. I hung up. Clarina still looked like a ghost. Feeling any better? We got a car ride ahead. Think you can manage?
大丈夫よ。
Chelsea said. But the moment I pulled the car over, she was clinging to the door, ready to hurl. Should have packed some motion sickness meds in the first aid kit. There were ways to ease nausea, certain scents, for example, but I had none on me. Oh wait. Clarina, can you drive?
確かに私はいろんな乗り物の操縦知識を勉強はしてきたけど。
Good enough. Come on. Driving distracts people from feeling sick. It usually works surprisingly well. The area was all Yijusou property, private roads, and with me in the front passenger seat, it'll be safe enough. I'll help her into the driver's seat. She tensed up right away, hands hovering like she had no clue where to put them.
まずはシートベルトの着用なのよね。ブレーキとアクセル、右？それとも左？
Left pedals the brake.
わかったわ。じゃあ発進するわね。
I gave her an encouraging nod. She hesitantly tapped the accelerator. The vehicle eased forward. She clutched the wheel like it might bolt, muttering under her breath.
遠くを見るかもしれない運転で。
No one else was on the road, but she drove like with textbook form and intense focus. Still feel queasy?
時速37。酔いはあら酔わなくなったみたい。不思議だわ。
Glad to hear it.
別に危なくないのに。おばさんが運転は危ないって言うからしたことがなかったの。だから今はとてもいい気分。運転がこんなに楽しいなんて。
Well, it's harder than it looks, but the runway's all ours. Drive however you like.
もっと早くしてもいい？
Sure. I didn't even finish before I was slammed back into my seat. The engine roared. Scenery whipped in a blur. Clarina was pinned to her seat too. Mouth slightly open, eyes sparkling with excitement. Stop! Stop! She hit the brakes. My seatbelt locked, squeezing the air out of me. Tires screaming across the pavement. We lurched to a halt.
やはり早すぎたのかしら。
Miss Ferrari was right. Driving is dangerous. We traded places. As for Clarina, excuse, spur of the moment judgment. Now she sat quietly in the passenger seat, watching the scenery roll by. A far cry from the speed demon she's been just a minute earlier. You look like a completely different person behind the wheel. Serena?
ごめんなさい。受けてしまって。
What are you thinking about?
特には。普段車を乗るときはみんな黙っているから窓の外の景色を見て過ごすの。それが癖になっててついね。
But you look different. There was something in her eyes, something that I hadn't seen when she was gazing out car windows or staring up at the stars back in the manor. Something bright, long sealed away, has just stirred. The quiet smile on her face now was proof.
あれは観覧車？
I follow her gaze. The lights on the Ferris wheel blinked softly against the night sky. Yeah, it was one of the Yggdrasil's amusement parks.
ユグドラシルの遊園地。知っているわ。メリーゴーランド、観覧車、バイキング、そしてジェットコースターとか、いろんな遊具がある場所なのよね。
Did she just say Vikings and jetter coasters? That sounds... whatever. I guess that's how the Japanese say it. Pretty much your standard amusement park lineup.
そういうものなの？知らなかったわ。観覧車ってどんな乗り心地なの？やはりロッキングチェアのような感じかしら。高い場所へ行けるのが売りなら、飛行機に乗ってるのと何が違うの？
Oh, totally different. How do I even explain this? I'll take you some time. It's easier to show than explain.
いいの？
Why not? Wait, don't tell me you've never actually ridden one before.
その映像なら見たことがあるけど、幼い頃はおばさんがいつも忙しかったし、大人になったらもう子供じゃないでしょってなかなか連れて行ってもらえなくて、一人で乗るのもなんだか変な気が。
Then it's decided. Once you're all settled in, I'm taking you to an amusement park.
本当？一緒に行ってくれるならきっと楽しいと思うわ。
Me too.
ポップコーンも食べてみたいわね。メリーゴーランド、観覧車、そしてジェットコースターも。
She took them off on her fingers, like she was already standing in line. I smiled. The street lamps grew denser. We were almost there. Back at base, in Tao's office, she sat across from me, eyes fixed on the screen. She blinked, thoughtful. Then, in one fluid motion, she signed the digital report. That was quick.
躊躇する必要はありません。ディノーラ家の価値を考えて、手術の必要は大いにあります。
Her vitals just cleared the minimum threshold. According to the medical department, a theotropic nerves implant is the optical treatment. Once she becomes a manifestation, the Genovis will resolve on its own. Will she be joining Hamdol?
ミラはきっと反対するでしょう。あの人はクラウリナを姉のように育てて、家を継がせるのが最大の望みですから。 そちらで何か進展は？
Clarina doesn't seem keen on Myra's control, and she got her own takes on genetics. I took out my recorder and played a short clip.
ゲノム編集という遺伝学に基づいた技術ですの。実験のリスクからすると動物よりも植物の方が取り扱いやすくて開発しがいがありますわ。
She demonstrated how she could alter plants' behavior through photosynthesis.
それが私たちの目当てです。確かミラに一度止められたと聞きました。動物実験の段階で。
Because Clarina raised ethical objections?
ええ。ネズミでゲノム編集を何回成功させても、それが人間にも再現できるとは限りません。
Direct human testing through. Myra would likely approve that. Clarina wouldn't. Knowing Clarina, she would volunteer herself before signing off on it. That's not Myra would ever let her.
被験者になりたい科学者は5万といます。ただミラはそんな単純なものではありません。
Once the surgery is over, I'll take Clarina back to Philosia. There'll be other opportunities.
ええ、頼みました。
Oh, what if she can't withstand the flooding? Cal didn't respond. She just gave me a look. The kind that says, really? Right. I'll be there in the event of the complications. When I returned to the medical department, Clarina was waiting silently. Got good news and bad. Which one do you want to hear first?
悪い方から。
You'll need surgery.
じゃあいい方は？
Once it's done, you'll be cured.
え？
We'll be implanting theratropic nerves into your brain. If your body accepts them and adapt, you'll become a manifestation, and your Genovis will heal on its own.
そう簡単に治るの？リスクは？
There's a risk of flooding. If your will wavers, the Dweus could take over completely. But don't worry, I'll be there. I won't let that happen. She let out the faintest sigh, barely audible, but I caught it. What's with that look? I meant it.
そんな慰めはいいの。誰でもなれるなら覚醒者たちがあんなに眩しい存在なわけがないでしょ。
I'll help you through it. She smiled, but it was the kind that says she still thought I was just trying to comfort her. Then she changed the subject.
もし先にいい方から教えてと言ったら何と答えるの？
That you'll be cured. The bad news is you'll need surgery.
冗談にしては少し寒いわ。
Alright, no more jokes. Your surgery's set for tomorrow afternoon. Get some good rest tonight.
遊園地はいつ行くの？
Once you recovered.
やはりそうなるわね。
She sounds like a little deflated, like a kid being told playtime's over. Try to sleep early, alright?
ええ。
I walked her back. She gave me a little wave, then closed the door behind her. After catching up on some paperwork, I finally turned in for the night. As I passed her door, I noticed the light still spilled from beneath. Just as I stepped into my room, the comms ping went off. Dear Adjustant, this is Clarina. If you see this message, please reply. Thank you. I couldn't help but chuckle on how formal her message was. Still, I called her.
もしもし。
It's me.
あなた、メッセージ読んでくれたの？
Of course. What's wrong?
邪魔だったかしら。
No, I just got back.
やっぱり、外で足音がしたから、あなたが帰ってきたのだと思って。特に用はないけれど、少し、あなたとおしゃべりがしたいの。お時間は大丈夫かしら？
I was just about to call you, actually.
それは、ありがとう。あなたならきっと、修羅場というものをたくさんくぐってきたわよね。どうにもならないことなかったの？ありとあらゆる手を尽くして、結局、ダメだったこと。
I have. Olova. I heard her draw a quiet breath through the comps. After that, I made up myself a promise. No more regrets. Even if I fail, I'll still try. No hesitation. No retreat. No turning away. No self-deceit.
大変そうね。
It is, but it's worth it. After a long pause, Clarina spoke again.
なるほど。でも、多分、そう生きられる人は、ほんの一握りよ。だって、勇気なんてのは、そう簡単に持てないから歌われるんだもの。
You're talking about your Genovis, aren't you?
そうよ。
Do you trust me, Clarina? I don't know how to explain it, but I promise. The surgery will work. You'll be fine.
分析員さん。私にとってあなたは、大事な人なの。あなたには、嘘をつきたくない。でも、今から遊園地へ連れて行ってくれるなら、信じてあげなくもないわ。
I'm ready if you are.
私もよ。
When I opened the door, she was already standing at the end of the hallway, fully dressed, looking my way. Let's go.
閉園だなんて。
It was well past midnight. The Yijisu amusement park stood silent before us, already shut for the night. But I made her a promise, and I intend to keep it. I slipped a hand through the iron railing and popped the lock.
そんなことしていいの？
Her eyes flew wide with surprise. I took her hand and led her inside. What do you want to ride?
そうね。ジェットコースターと観覧車かしら。
The roller coaster was right there in front of us. Go ahead and hop in. I'll get it running and join you in a second. Just stay put, okay? I buckled her in, then jogged off to find the control switch. I pulled the lever. The coaster darted to life. As I sprint back to the platform, Clarina leaned out and waved frantically.
早く来て、もう動いてるわよ。
I sprint up and vaulted into the sea beside her. The coaster has already started climbing. There were no lights, only the shifting weight of gravity letting us know we were accelerating. The lack of visibility made it all the more exhilarating. I felt her fingers slowly tightening across mine. At first, she just sat beside me in silence. 10 seconds in, she was clutching my hands like a lifeline. As we crested the peak and plunged into the drop, she clung to me with all her strength, yet not a sound escaped her. When the ride finally coasted to a stop, the track rumble faded. I could hear her quiet, uneven breath, like she's been holding them in the whole time. You okay?
とても刺激的だったわね。
Up for another round?
遠慮させてもらうわ。その足に力が入らないから、また今度の機会に。
I helped her up. She was wobbly. I could hear the thumping of her heartbeat. Need a break?
ええ。
I steadied her as she walked. She started to recover and looked ready for more. Hungry? I think I saw the concession stand. Want something to eat?
え、もう閉園時間なのでは。
I got my ways. I slipped inside, felt around in the dark, and found the power switch behind the door. The place lit up with a buzz as the machine stirred awake. Popcorn?
食べたい。
This does not look like a concession stand. This looks more like a restaurant. They just used the same wallpaper or the same background image from before. I found a bin of kernels under the machine and poured them in. The yellow heat lamp flicked on and soon they were popping away. Clarina stood behind me, eyes glued to the machine. Ice cream too? I flipped on the ice cream machine and waited. By the time the popcorn was ready, its light turned green. Looks like the soft serve was good to go too. I grabbed a cone and pulled the lever, and smooth swirl curled out. Here you go. She already helped herself to a giant tub of popcorn. Must have grabbed it while I was busy. As she took the ice cream from me, I froze. She froze. What's wrong?
手が塞がっちゃって。
Maybe just dip the popcorn in your mouth? She glanced from me to the popcorn, hesitating. Then carefully, she tilted the tub and poured a bit in her mouth. She must have felt awkward. Her cheeks flushed red. She kept her eyes averted, pretending to focus on chewing. Let's snack as we walk. Up for the Ferris wheel? I fiddled with the Ferris wheel control booth. After a few tries, the power flicked on. Color lighted, sparked to life, and the wheel began turning.
動いたわよ。でもどうやって乗れば。
It's turning slow enough. We can step right into the cabin.
怖い。
The wheel kept rotating. She lingered at the edge, uncertain. I spotted my chance and gave her a gentle push. She stumbled forward into the seat.
分析員さん、早く。
I hopped in beside her just as the door closed. The cabin swayed slightly.
これが観覧車。
She looked around, widened eyes with wonder. Then fireworks lit up the sky in the distance. Not extravagant, just maybe a small private show, but she was utterly captivated. Wonder what they're celebrating.
綺麗。
He turned to me. The glow of fireworks filtered through the window and lit up her eyes.
あなたに出会えて幸せだわ。分析員さん、本当にありがとう。
Why so formal all of a sudden?
それは本当に嬉しかったので。もう一つしたいことがあるの。
What is it? She looked at me, lips slightly parted.
その
The next word lingered in her lips.
一緒に写真を撮ってもいい？
Of course. Come here. She pulled out her phone and leaned in close. I followed suit. Up close, I caught a scent of her like stardust.
チーズ。
As the shutter flickers, a fireworks explodes behind us. The Ferris wheel has passed its peak. She settled back into her seat, staring at her phone. Quiet now. The thrill seems to have faded. We shut down the power, got in the car, and headed to base. She watched the scenery drift past, lips curled in a soft smile. We stopped in the hallway outside her room. Then she said,
あなたを信じるわ。分析員さん。
Alright, I had to pause for a moment. When she took the picture, why was I in a combat suit? Shouldn't I be wearing something else? You'll be alright. It's late. Now get some rest. Good night, Clarina. Tomorrow's surgery will go just fine.
ごきげんよう。
Did I leave the amusement park open with lights on? Damn, I violated so many guidelines. Alright. Progress 4. We have yet to go through like the gameplay with. Holy damn, this is real. Alright, whatever. Progress 4. Promise. Clarina, spread your wings. Just think of it as falling asleep. You'll be fine. Something on your mind?
そばにいてくれるの？
The procedure is fully automated. No one's allowed in the room during it. So I can't be in there with you. But I'll be right outside. I promise. When you wake up, the first face you'll see will be mine.
じゃあ、また後で。
She gazed at me until the automatic door slid shut between us. The diotropic nerves implants were a well-established procedure, but I still couldn't shake the unease in my chest. I grew restless, anxious. I just wanted to know if everything has gone smoothly. Clarina was a lovely girl. I couldn't bear the thought of anything going wrong. Maybe that was what weighs on me. Time itself has blurred. But at last, the green light or above the ore flicked on. The operation was done. Clarina had been moved to a recovery pod. Her usual serenity was gone. She now looked like a fragile proclaimed doll. No, not proclaimed. Horror-climbed doll. I don't even know. Whatever. Her lashes flutter faintly. Her lips tremble slightly. The neural readout shows heightened brain activity. Her brow furrowed, as if she was enduring something unpleasant. She flooded? Previous scans indicated that unlike other manifestations, who were selected through stringing tests, Clarina reacts more intensively to theatrical pod's nerves, theotrophic nerves. Right now, she could be nearing her threshold. After checking with the medical department researcher that was safe to proceed, I opened the pod and took her hand. I activated my ability and stepped into her mind. Oh my god, this reminds me of Boo Boo. Got it. Yeah, that happens to Boo Boo before. What I saw defies expectations. Flooded dreams were usually heavy, oppressed, but hers felt normal. Almost indistinguishable from reality. This place. Is that the Genora's manor? Clarina stood by the gate, facing me. Her gaze flicked between me and the manor behind her, uncertain. Clarina. I called to her cautiously. She took a step towards me, then backed away. It's me. Yujiro Kyujo. Why? Are you afraid of me? She crouched down, wrapped her arms around her knees, buried her face in them. It's okay. I'll stay right here. I won't come any closer. Why do you frighten me?
あなたは素敵よ。あったかくて楽しくて。でも不安なの。辛いの。
Stressful. Painful.
きっとこの先は辛い日々。
Suddenly, darkness fell. The scene turns eerie. The manor was now awash in crimson flowers, glowing faintly in the dark.
クラウリナ
It was Myra's voice, dripped from the balcony on the second floor.
さあ戻ってくるのよ。
Clarina sprang to her feet, turning towards Myra. The subtle shift. It must mean Myra and the manor symbolize what weighs Clarina's down. I don't know why, but something tells me I can't let her go back there. Clarina, look at me. She turned back, confused and overwhelmed. Why do you feel pain?
だって辛いのが普通だから。温かさと楽しさを知ったから、今が幸せな分だけきっと辛くなるの。
戻ってきてクラウリナ。あなたの居場所はここよ。
Don't go! Clarina froze mid-step. As if something had seized her in place, slowly she turned to me, like it took everything she had. You don't have to endure it anymore. At least not here. Not now. Whatever you want is yours. Whatever you dream, you can make it real. Don't go. Come back to me. She hesitated, then turned back towards me. Behind her, Mara's eyes glowed red, like a siren call in a dream. Clarina stepped towards me, stopped just short, and looked up. Is there something you want to say?
ごめんね。
She brought my hand to her lips, as if for a kiss, but in the next breath, she bit down and drank deep. The manor dissolved like smoke, reassembling into two wings on her back. Pain shot through me. I jotted awake from Clarina's dream. Clarina was still latching onto my palm, lips streaking with blood, sucking unconsciously from the wound. Unsure of her condition, I didn't dare pull away. I called her name softly. Clarina, can you hear me? She released my hand. Blood stirred on her lips. Instinctively, she licked them clean. Maybe it was just my imagination, but her cuspis looks a little longer.
いい香り。
I backed down. Let's run a full body scan. I moved to close the pod, but she suddenly reached out and caught my hand.
行かないで。あれ、傷か。
She spotted the bite mark and stared, unable to look away. She licked her lips again, then froze. Slowly, she reached up and wiped the corner of her mouth.
これは夢の中で。
Don't panic. Neotrophic nerves can cause certain physical changes. Let's run a few tests to be sure. She settled slightly at my reassurance. I closed the pod. Through the glass, she watched me unblinking. Her gaze lingered. The air between us grew thick with something unspoken. Then the comms lit up, and Caroline's voice came through.
分析員、検査結果が出ました。ちょっと来てもらえますか？
I stepped into the next room. Caroline was already poring over the results.
いい知らせと悪い知らせがあります。いい知らせですが、手術は成功しました。彼女は心覚侵食に耐えられ、ティーン症候群も予想通り、心覚神経の移植完了と同時に完治しました。悪い方は、心覚の影響で、その体にはちょっとした異変が起きてて。
But one?
彼女だけでは手術後に起きた心覚侵食に耐えられなかったのですが、あなたが介入したことでことが変わりました。あなたを噛んで血液を飲み込んだ結果、彼女は予想以上にうまく心覚神経と融合できたんです。まあそれもあなたの血液が特殊だからだと思いますけど。
So what changed? Why is that a problem?
とにかく小説でしか見られない特殊な体質、もしくは癖が出たんですよ。要するにあなたの体に欲望を持つようになったみたいな。血液だけでなく、あなたの DNA を含む体液全般を本能的に欲するようになりました。
Like a vampire?
そんなのいるわけないじゃないですか。本当に吸血鬼が存在してたら もうとっくに延命治療の開発のために捕獲されてますよ。
Fine. So if she doesn't, get any of my fluids, will it affect her?
それはもうちょっと観察しないとわかりませんね。現時点で言えるのは、彼女がこうなったのは神覚侵食中に摂取したあなたの血が意外な効果を生んだからです。一応神覚神経があなたの DNA を摂取した影響だと考えられます。あなたが近くにいると神覚神経が反応して DNA を欲しがるのではないかと思います。まあ逆に言えば、彼女に近寄らなければ大丈夫ってことです。
She said that with a knowing smirk. What's that look supposed to mean?
また隊員が一人増えそうですね。
Don't get your hopes up. The Genora family is our ally. Karina isn't here for Heimdall recruitment. He got a family business to inherit, remember?
さあ、それはどうでしょうね。
She smacks her lips, pass me the test results, and breathes out. Well, that complicates things. I studied the report for a while, then decided to keep the more awkward bits to myself. Her Genovis was cured. The whole new life lay ahead of her. As that thought crossed my mind, I suddenly remembered last night. Her smile as she gazed at the stars from that passenger's seat. My heart skipped a beat, then settled into a different rhythm. And I knew exactly what that meant. My thought began to drift. This isn't the time to entertain them. Not yet. I cleared my head and went back to Clarina. You're all clear. Get plenty of rest, and don't forget your follow-up checkups. If anything feels off, just let me know.
これで治ったの？
Yup. Hard to believe, huh?
なんだか夢を見ているような。あ、夢というのはこの前の夢じゃなくて、その諦めかけていたことがこんなにあっさりと解決したなんて。自分を説得するためにあんなにも苦労したというのに。夢ならもう少し見ていたいわ。何はともあれ、生きててよかったわ。
Told you I kept my promise, didn't I? After a few more days of follow-ups, you'll be free to head home. She suddenly stiffened, failing silence. Come on, I'll walk you back to your room.
ええ。
She tried to get up, still pale, took a moment to steady herself, then slowly walked to the door. Her steps were slowly but steadily. She finally reached her room. Want to lie down? You still look a little pale.
大丈夫よ。
I pulled out a chair. She smoothed the hem of her dress and gently sat down.
ありがとう。
If you need anything, just call me. I'll come back tonight to take you for your checkup. When the time came, I knocked on her door.
どうぞ。
I pushed the door open. She was at her desk, staring off into space. Time for your checkup. How are you feeling? Any discomfort?
全然。
That's good to hear. Wait, have you been sitting here the whole afternoon?
ええ。午後はピアノ練習と読書の時間。でもここにはピアノも本もない。本当は私は今一応療養中だし、練習を後回しにしても罰が当たらないと思ったのだから。
So, you forgot to bring her harmonica with her? I think that could be something that she could bring.
だからサボっちゃったの。
She struck her tongue out, sneaking a glance at my reaction.
おばさんに言わないでくれる？
I'm not the tattling type, and I'm on your side anyway.
わかっているわ。あなたの口から聞きたかっただけ。庭園の人たちは告げ口はしないけど、どうしてもおばさんにはバレちゃうの。
Miss Myra might be the tad tot too strict. Wait, so you spent the whole afternoon just sitting around?
座りながら考えにふけるのも楽しいわよ。
What's your usual day look like?
そうね。普段は7時に起床して身支度をし、8時半に朝ごはん、9時半からは所作トレーニングを2時間、12時にお昼ご飯、1時から2時間半はお昼寝、そしてピアノを5時まで練習して、夕飯までは読書。7時の夕飯が終わるとおばさんのレッスンを受ける。時間があれば1時間くらいで終わって、忙しかったら課題を出してくれる。10時で部屋に戻って11時に寝る。だいたいこんな感じ。
Do you actually enjoy that kind of routine?
考えたこともなかった。
I get that you're the family's only heiress, and that one day you have to take over from Miss Myra. But even so, that schedule doesn't even leave much room for you, does it?
それはどういう意味なのかしら。いや、
Shouldn't have skipped that. Again, I keep making this mistake. I don't even know when they stop. That's why it takes too long when they speak at times. I mean, things you want to do for yourself, like driving or going to a amusement park, stuff like that.
おばさんは遊んでもいいけど節度を守ってと言ったの。それから高尚な趣味にしてって。
Like what?
ピアノやオペラ、そして展覧会巡りとか。
Do you like doing those things?
それはどうかしら。少なくとも嫌いではないわ。
What about cooking?
美味しい食べ物や料理することは好きだけれど、料理は ばさんが言っていたわ。それから苦手なことを無理にやろうとするのも才能と時間の無駄で、時間は得意なことに費やすべきだと。
Do you think she's right?
おばさんは優しい人だと思うわ。私がやりたいことなら別に止めてこないし、おばさんのスケジュールさえ邪魔しなければ何でも許してくれるの。たまには早起きして、もしくは寝る前に少しだけネットを見たりもできるわ。
But once you take over for Miss Myra, you wouldn't even have that, would you?
ええ、そうね。でも仕方ないわ。さて行きましょう。これから検査をするのでしょ。もうだいぶ良くなっているけど。
She must have picked up on my unspoken conflict and gently stirred the topic away. Still, a weight lingered in my chest. I think I finally understood what that spark in her eyes last night truly meant. But I had no place to interfere. Even she hasn't realized just how suffocating her life has been. Yes, suffocating. At least it felt that way to me. I don't think I could ever live like that. I let out a quiet sigh and followed her. The checkup went smoothly. She was in good condition, but after walking her back to her room, I couldn't shake the feeling that I needed to do more. The future Myra has mapped out for her. Healthy, brilliant, independent, a perfect heiress to carry the Genora's name. The only thing lacking was happiness. A plan began to form in my mind. As sleep crept in, the restlessness in my mind finally eased. The next day, knowing her routine, I got up earlier than usual to set my plan in motion. It went smoothly. By noon, I had what I needed. I knocked on the door. No response. Strange. She's not in her room. I asked around, but no one has seen her. I tried calling. No answer. But as I reached her door again, I heard her comms ringing from inside the room. Clarina? I knocked again. After a moment, there was a bit of rustling. The door creaked open. Clarina blinked at me, blinking eyed. Clearly just woke up. The imprint of the pillowcase still marked her cheek. You just woke up?
今何時？
It's past 11. She checked the time on her terminal and then looked at me, wide-eyed. Maybe go freshen up first? She caught a glimpse of herself in the mirror, mouthed a gasp, then darted behind the door in embarrassment.
ごめん、遊ばせ。
It's fine. Just call me when you're ready. Half an hour later, she turned up at my door, neated and put together.
お待たせしたわ。
No worries. Just a little surprise. You're not usually the type to sleep in, are you?
どうしてでしょうね。自分もよくわからないわ。
So, how does it feel, sleeping in? Kinda nice, huh? She squeezed her eyes and nodded vigorously, like a kid caught sneaking a treat. Got something for you. Come on.
嬉しいわ。でもどうして急にプレゼントを？
Think of it as a little recovery gift, and don't get too excited. There's a catch. I lead her out of the base as I spoke. Ta-da! An RV waited just outside the base. I handed her the keys. Half-ton water tank, 2,000 kilometers of battery life, retractable canopy, perfect for stargazing. Best part, fully stocked kitchen, cold storage, external air-fed stove, way better than your average RV. Let it sit too long and it starts falling apart, so here's the deal. You gotta rack up 10,000 kilometers a year minimum. That was my plan. With this RV, she could drive, cook, and have her personal space for anything she likes to do. Most of all, she could fall asleep beneath the sky full of stars. Freedom. The secret wish hidden in the song she played for me that night on the terrace. I need to capture this. I need to have to capture this. A wish even she hasn't realized, buried deep inside those manor's walls. I watched her, waiting for her to say something. She covered her mouth, eyes shimmered, her chest rose and fell. She was too overwhelmed to speak. You don't like it? She shook her head furiously, then nodded just as fast.
気に入ったわ。とても。
Then with a great ceremony, she tucked away the keys and pulled out the black and gold credit card with a high unchest, like a knight unsheathing a sword. What's this now?
じゃあ、私からも。
She held out the card, eye gleaming, and declared with deliberately solemnity.
飛行機を買ってあげるわ。もらってくれないの？
I can't accept that. It's way too much. Besides, I already have...
あれは乗り心地が悪いんでしょ？プライベートジェットがあれば任務に向かう途中でも体をしっかり休めるのよ。
Wait, hold on. I was thinking about Vidia for a moment because I think I already have my own stewardess and we were having a nice private jet to ourselves. Although that was an ASMR video, I don't know if it's actually true.
もらってくれないならこちらも受け取らないわ。
Pretty sure I can't use a private jet on missions. Not to mention, I already have one. Okay, it makes sense. Still, if I say no, she might actually cry. Alright then, I'll gracefully accept. Alright, shall we go check on your RV? She cheered and rushed into the vehicle, checking every nooks and cranny like a kid in the candy store.
分析員さんも乗って。
She clambered up to the second level and waved at me from the window. I followed and took the passenger seat beside her.
ありがとう。このプレゼントとても気に入ったわ。今までもらったプレゼントで一番嬉しかったものだわ。
Technically, this costs less than half of your ride in Velocia.
でもあれは料理も寝転がることもできない。
Fair point. Check this out. I reached under the table and folded it on neatly into the wall. The RV was packed with clever space-saving features, perfect for road trips.
まあ
She kept fiddling with everything, completely absorbed. I specify only the most premium interior options, and seeing her this excited made it all worth it. Hey, just don't frown over it. You still owe me a promise. 10,000 kilometers a year.
年間1万キロ約束するわ
She looked at me with her sparkling eyes.
まず100キロくらい走ってみようかしら
She jumped into the driver's seat with glee. I barely buckled in.
発進
We spent a few more wonderful days together after that. Her recovery went smoothly, and just like that, it was time to return to Velocia. The private jet she gifted me was still on order, so we had to fly a usual aircraft for now. I knocked on Clarina's door. Lately, she adjusted her wake-up time for 7 to 9, sometimes later if the night ran long.
どうぞ
To my surprise, she was already up, seated neatly at her desk. Up early today?
もうすぐ帰るから体内時計をリセットしないとさて出発しましょう荷物ならこれだけよ
She gave her tiny bag a pat. It looks barely big enough to hold a single book. You really know how to pack light. We boarded the aircraft smoothly. Clarina watched me work the controls, full of curiosity, pepping me with questions now and then. What, thinking of learning to fly? It's not a toy, you know. Flying is a lot riskier than driving.
これからはちゃんと気をつけて運転するから
Alrighty then, I'll teach you the basics first. Careful. That's the emergency kit. Now buckle up. Takeoff was smooth, but once we were cruising, I switched to autopilot and began walking her through the instruments. We headed for Heimdall's temporary airstrip in the eastern Velocia. Your RV's being delivered there. We'll drive the rest on the way.
本当てっきり
But what?
続けてこれって何のメーターかしら
That one tracks flight system stability. You can also gauge it onto other readings: altitude, pitch angles, flight path angles, relative elevation. Hold on, that's not right. This reading is way off. The aircraft lurched violently. Instruments flickered. Alarms shrieked, then cut out one after another. I jotted forward. Then the harness snapped me back so hard that it made my head swim. We must have hit the severe turbulence. And the earlier failure. All avionics went dark, one by one. Only the mechanical controls still responded. Must be electromagnetic interference. Together, they took the engines offline. Restarting them manually will take time. Too much time. In turbulence take like this, and even then, no guarantee it works. Ignition failed, second attempt failed. The storm swallowed the cockpit in darkness. Landing gear dropped midair. We were in a dive. Time to make the call. We were in a free fall. We have to eject. Clarina, hold on tight. No more hesitating. I slammed the ejection lever. Wind screams around us, trying to wrench her away, but a force of power surged through my arm, locking us together. The parachute shredded into ribbons instantly. I summoned a Titagen's decelerator. Just like Via, the storm was bedline. I couldn't even tell which way was up. Still, I held it together. We were shredded tight in a hurricane. One wrong move from hitting the ground. The decelerator tore faster than I could repair it, each path unraveling even as I fought and maintained my hold on Clarina. Then, faint but growing, an explosion. Aircraft has crashed. The roar of flames rose beneath the howling winds. We were near the ground. I was nearly spent. With one last surge, I wove a final decelerator and pulled Clarina into my arms. The fall slowed sharply. The beach came into view below. I wasn't sure I held out long enough. Seconds later, the decelerator gave out. We started dropping faster again. We're going to hit the water. Something flared behind her. Wind, maybe, or wings. Clumsy, fragile wings, fluttering, fighting to slow our fall. But they couldn't carry us both. She grabbed the front of my shirt and leaned in and sank her teeth into my lips. The pain lanced through the corner of my mouth. Blood spewed down and she drank it all. I might have imagined it, but the next instant her wings flared wider, clawing in the sky. Somehow we stabilized, hovering midair, and drift gently down to the island below. The wings vanished in a blink. She looked strained, and I was running on fumes. Leaning on each other, we headed inland. That was really long. How long was that? Hold on. Damn, almost 2 hours. Alright. And already passed through my stamina. That's crazy. Don't do that. I need to use it.
墜落。まさかまだ少しめまいがするだけ。あなたは無事ならよかった。あ、分析員さん、これからはどうするの？わかったわ。まず先へ進んでみましょう。学院のロボット。なぜこんな場所にこいつらを倒すの？わかった。やってみるわ。ちゃんと気をつけるから。
Oh, it's about time we got to the gaming part.
長いに従いなさい。別に失態じゃないわよ。分析員さん。別に失態じゃないわよ。分析員さん。この不良に影を伝え。
Where to? Oh.
悲鳴を上げるがよい。別に失敗じゃないわよ。分析員さん。別に失敗じゃないわよ。分析員さん。私の肩翼で羽ばたけ。給水塔。島に人が暮らしているかもしれないわ。うん。 しっかりついていくわ。これが勝利の余韻。
Alright, we're doing the vine.
やっとあなたと肩待ちと給水と、ええ、気づいたわ。かなり前から荒廃しているようね。まだ敵がいるなんて。いえ、大丈夫よ。ないわよね。分析員さん、後続分析員さんのご指示と手取り足取りの教育のおかげだわ。意識が表面的なもの。やっぱり苦手だ。意識が表面的なこの感覚。やはり苦手だ。
Damn, it's so hard to control at times.
意識が表面的やっと片付けられたわね。分析員さん、ここは敵が多すぎる。安全な場所を探しましょう。大丈夫。怪我はしてないわ。なんだか興奮してきたわ。翼よ、小賢しい。悲鳴を上げるがよ。見てて、神聖を遂げた私を。
Yeah, I think I need to keep practicing with her. It's very hard to move her around close spaces.
やっとあなたと肩を並べて戦えるようになった匂いが。今倒したばかりなのにまた立ち上がるなんて。もしかして鼻の方からつかなかった。ええ、やってみるわ。まずは鼻から。花粉がロボットに干渉している。分析員さん。
Hey, what the hell is this?
分析員さんのご指示と手取り足取りの教育のおかげだわ。
Oh.
リロードするわよ。
I thought I could destroy that
周りに
also.
ご注意なさって。何？急に止まって。地雷？さすがね。あなたが気づいてくれなければ今頃。ええ、こうしましょう。
Wait, what the hell? It could explode that far? Hold on, let me check. Alright.
意識が正面このやはり苦手だわ。意識が正面しても花としたばかり。通信も回復どころかノイズだらけになってしまったわ。通信障害はこの植物の影響なのかもしれない。この町で行われていた実験と関係があるのかも。定めに従いなさい。
Oh, okay, that's outside. Oh, wait. Wait, I'm supposed to shoot the flower, aren't I? No wonder I'm not doing enough damage. Okay.
アフタヌーンティーでも一緒に行けば別に失態じゃないわよね。無責任さん。疑問をあげるがよい。ここで休むの？いいわよ。野宿できないほどやわじゃないわよ。こんな状況だし。見てて、神聖を遂げた私を。
Alright. Freya, Clarina, only you know the answer. In an abandoned little town on this deserted island, we found a spot that was just barely livable. Or livable. After burning through that much power, we needed proper rest, but first, I have to secure the hideout. Comms were still down, electronics still flickering and losing power. Normally, the interference fields barely vary by area, but this one stays constant the whole way through. I had no idea there was an island like this between Holmes and Philosia, and who knows how long it takes Tao to find us. Let's hope they don't rush and bind. Night was falling, and I had to prep for the rough stay. No idea which fraction those bots belong to, but they attack anything that moves. I'll salvage some wooden furniture. Should be enough to start a fire.
何か手伝えることはない？
Help me break these down. She followed my lead, tearing the tables apart like it was made of paper.
すごくあっさりと。
Well, you are a manifestation now. Set up the fire in a well-ventilated spot, then reach the makeshift bed shelter by 3 walls. Tonight's gonna be a rough one. How are you holding up? Scared?
怖いわ。
You don't seem it. She gave a faint smile, saying nothing. We got rations and water. Have some if you're hungry. It may not taste that good, but you need the calories. Before I finished, she nodded, tore open the bar and took a bite. I need to rest for a bit, still drained from earlier. Stay close. Wake me if anything happens.
もしかして怪我をしたの？
No. Just wiped out from the storm.
何かしてほしいことはないの？
It's okay. I just need some sleep.
いやよ、一人にしないで。
I'm not going anywhere. Just stay close. Stay right here with me. It was so tense, I have to shift the subject. Bit of a new experience, huh? Ever seen Survival Island? I tried to lighten up the mood, but she didn't laugh. Just held my hand, eyes shimmering with tears. I'm okay. Just running on empty. Sleep will fix it. How's the energy bar? We only break those out in real emergencies. Yuji rations aren't half bad, honestly. You'll see what they come for us. I kept talking, but the drowsiness crashed in. My eyelids fell shut. I'm going to sleep a bit. A familiar line. One she never forget.
クラウリナ。お母さん。
大丈夫よ。お母さん、ちょっと眠るだけだから。ミラ、クラウリナのことはお願いね。
She only just learned to say mama. Kids that young usually remember nothing, but that line stayed with her. That's why when Yujiro Kujo said those words, it felt like something was slipping away. The bar felt dry, chalky, bitter. She wanted to ask him, but the bite caught in her throat. She couldn't speak. She wanted to spit it out, but she said she needed the calories. He twisted open the water bottle and washed it down.
目を覚まして。ダメよ、姉ちゃん。
She gently patted my face, panic mounting, and felt heat radiating off his skin.
もしかして病気？熱は？
She pressed the back of her head to his forehead. It was scorching.
何とかしないと。
She remembered something from the video. Cool a fever with a wet towel on the forehead, but there was no towels. She paused. Eyes her sleeves, then tore apart a strip. She soaked it with the last of their water and pressed it to his forehead. The cloth dried naturally fast. His hands still have hers. The heat radiated through her skin. She scrambled for anything that might cool him. Rocks, metal cans, nothing helped. Even water hissed off his skin. So she left him hold her hand, shifting his grip little by little when the heat came too much, up to his forearm, then to her other hand.
このままではダメ。
Hold on. Okay.
でもどうしたらいいの？お願いだから良くなって。
She never believed in gods, but right now she's desperately hoped that she'd been wrong.
神よ、どうか彼を癒してください。お願いだから。 何でもするから。
Only the fire crackled back. No surprise. There was no answer. The fragile hope crumbles, and in its place, the truth took hold. If she wants a miracle, she has to make it happen herself. She leaned down and kissed the corner of his lips, where dry blood still marked the wound from her bite during their fall. Ever since the surgery, something in her had changed. She'd grown addicted to his scent. Every time she had his blood, strength surged through her. His lips were dry and rigid from the heat. His breath was hot like steam, stirring that craving in her again. But she held back. He was still burning up, and that kiss, it had given her just enough strength to go on. She rose and walked into the night. This wasn't on her schedule, wasn't part of any plan. Rather, it was something she had learned during her time with Yujiro Kujo. To choose for herself what to do.
クラウリナ、あなたにはできるはず。
She murmured to herself. It was dark out there. Just step beyond the shelter sent her adrenaline surging. Her heart pounded and her hands trembling uncontrollably. But soon, the darkness softened. Her eyes adjusted quickly, catching even the faintest glimmers. Fear gave way to a rush of excitement and courage. The stench of half-burned fuel still hung thick in the night air. Rested patrol bots trundled along their route, but she slipped past them like a shadow. She found the wreck. The cockpit was nearly intact. Yiji still must reinforce it with some special design. Under the sea, she found an emergency kit, stocked with weapons, food, and medical supplies. That was half the job done. The rest is getting it all back. She packed up the food and medicine, then turned to leave. Suddenly, a familiar scent caught her attention, faint, but even present since they landed. As she walked, she couldn't help thinking about that scent. It felt like the scent of night itself. Chasing the scent, she tripped on the vine. Her hands reached out to steady herself and brushed against a wall. The texture of the leaves and twigs felt strangely familiar. She parted the foliage. There, on the weathered concrete, she saw it. The emblem of the Genora Biotech. Then it hit her. The scent came from the plants blanketing the island. The same kind she once grown on her balcony. The bioengineered one of the kind straight out of the Genora's biotech lab. She followed the vines upward. The water tower, once visible by day, was now smothered in vines. They climbed its frame skyward, blooming with crimson flowers that spiral up like a towering tree.
分析員さんはまだ待っている。
Steadying herself, she turned and made her way back to the shelter. As she did, her mind drifted back to years ago.
クラウリナ、いい知らせよ。ゲノム編集技術に進展があったわ。ネズミでの実験、成功したのよ。それから被験者の方も何人か応募者があったの。
バルダー抑制剤にアレルギーのある方がそんなにいらっしゃるの？なら新しい研究を始めて遺伝子から特定の。
そんなにいるわけないでしょ。どうしてもお金が必要で報酬目当てで応募した人たちなのよ。
おばさん、それはどうなのかしら。実験が失敗したらどうなるか、おばさんもよくわかってるじゃない。
リスクや何かあった場合の保証ならちゃんと契約に書いてあったわ。それで十分よ。
おばさん、それは嫌よ。被験者は私みたいな本当の患者でなくては。
ほんと頑固ね。あれは日々の食事にすら困っている人たちなのよ。比べてあなたは自分に残された時間を本当に分かってるの？
代替療法の開発も進んでるからきっとどうにかなるわ。最初に技術倫理を教えてくれたのはおばさんでしょ。
随分と高尚だこと。バルダー抑制剤すら買えない貧乏人たちを見てみたら。
そのような方がいるからこそだわ。バルダー抑制剤を頼らずにティーン症候群を治す。おばさんとお母さんだってそのために研究を続けてきたんでしょ。
そんな綺麗事をいつまで言えるの？あなたが被験者になるのを認めるとでも？何なのその顔。諦めなさい。明日からプロジェクトを中止にして研究チームを解散するわ。こっそり進められると思わないことね。
おばさん、
怒っているの？ なら私の今の気持ちもよく分かったんじゃないかしら。冗談で言っているんじゃないわよ。そんなに睨んでも意味ないから。今まで声を荒げたことがないから、今度こそ自分の思い通りにできると思ったの？
私はおばさんが市場に目がくらんだから怒ってるの。
That was short. I thought she would speak more up to it.
おばさんはただの逆ギレじゃない。
Furious, Myra raised her hand, but Clarino didn't flinch. She only stared back in silence.
ぶたないの。ぶたないならまだ宿題があるから。
Clarino turned and walked off. Marina stood frozen for a long moment, then slumped into a little chair. That day, there was no rain, but no sun either. After the funeral, everyone has gone, except for the young girl and the baby in the cradle.
自分の娘として育てるわ。約束する。何としても彼女の病気を治して一生健康で楽しく過ごせるようにちゃんと守って育てるわ。おやすみ、姉さん。
Browse. No invite for the time being, I'm recording.
やっとあなたと肩を並べて戦う。
Surveillance device. When you enter the surveillance device scanning area, the red alert light is active. The Link defense unit enters the invulnerable state and attacks within the scanning range. The attack in invulnerable state ceases once you exit the range and the surveillance device. All defense units operates in tandem with the surveillance device, and their systems are connected. Destroy the surveillance device can stop the defense unit from functioning. Okay.
熱はもう引いたからちょっと覗いてみても大丈夫よ。ほんの少し、
Okay.
ちらっとだけだから。ここにも血の浦社の横のおばさんはなぜ私に隠してこんなことを。失態じゃないわよね。分析員さん。
Okay, where's the light?
休憩。アフタヌーンティーでも一緒にいかが？
Okay.
バレないように気を引き締めて。
Got it.
総がかりで来られたら一巻の終わりよ。安全第一。分析員さんが待っているわ。
Is there another one here? No.
影の小賢しい。悲鳴を上げるがよい。意識が不安になるこの感覚。やはり苦手だわ。
Oh.
意識が遠のいているこの感覚。やはり苦手。
Ow. I didn't mean to do that.
気分的にあなたの首筋の方がいいの。ちょっと休憩。アフタヌーンティーでも一緒にいかが？
Okay. I'm trying to see the surveillance, but I don't see it. Alright.
翼一の空
Okay. Wait. Am I seeing my base HP is decreasing? Oh my god, it is.
砲台、あのレーザーと何か関係があるんじゃ。強行突破、何か別の方法はないかしら。実体じゃないわよね、分析員さん。
Wait, is there anything over here? No. Okay. Okay, I don't see anything.
Reload ちょっと休憩。明日何時にでも一緒に行くか。気分的に
Oh, it
あ
resets.
なたの
Okay.
首筋の方がいいの。翼の別に実体じゃないわよ。分析員さん、行動悲鳴を上げるがよい。足手まといだなんて役に立ちそうな手がかりはなかったわ。一体ここに何が隠されているのかしら。あら、ネックレスが光っている。これが勝利の余韻。
Signal. I wish I could stay. My mind was slow to catch up, but my senses snapped back. I was soaked in sweat and starving, like I could eat a whole cow. I rubbed my eyes. The air was thick, with a rich and savory scent, like fat crackling over flame. Karina?
あら、起きたの？ずっと寝てたけど、調子はどう？
He rushed in, reaching out to check my temperature. Much better. Is that food I'm smelling?
お腹空いてるかしら？料理を作ったから。
She brought it in a tin pot, potatoes and carrots stew, in a hearty mash, with beef gleaming beneath a glossy layer of broth. Where did you find all this?
熱が出てたから心配で飛行機の方へ行ってきたの。
You went there alone?
ええ、そこから薬と食べ物を持ってきたの。さっき寝ている間に薬も飲ませたわ。
I was reckless. What if one of those bots had attacked you?
とても苦しそうにしていたから、その。
Something's warm stirring in my chest. For a moment, I didn't know what to say. Thanks, Clarina. I'm fine, really. That's just how my system works. Burns fast, crash hard. Fever is part of the deal. Sorry for making you worry. It wasn't a big deal.
ご飯を持ってくるわね。
Is she shy? I glanced around. She cleaned the place up. It looks much tidier than last night. Strip of cloth hung drying on the rack outside. Looks like she torn some from her own dress. And by the bed, a few fresh pickled flowers. Not pickled. A few fresh picked flowers gave this makeshift shelter a touch of warmth.
暑いから気をつけて。
He used a strip of cloth to shield her hand as she brought over a box of steaming rice. You made all this?
そうよ。箱に入ってたレトルト食品をアレンジしてみたの。案外美味しいでしょ。
Where's your share?
それはもう失敗作でお腹がいっぱいで。だから私のことはお構いなく。
Don't mind if I do. Her modest stew was surprisingly good. Paired with the rice, I polished it off in no time. She handed me a strip of cloth, just about the size of a handkerchief.
ご飯粒がついているわよ。
Oh, thanks.
まだ痛むの？
What does?
ここ。
She pointed to the corner on her mouth. I touched mine. A faint scab remained. It's fine. I heal fast. It'll be gone soon.
聞きたいことがあるんだけど、手術を受けた後、何か体が変な感じがしてて、よくあなたを噛みたくなっちゃうの。
She trailed off. Yeah, so there was a slight complication after the surgery, and I had to step in. And while I was at it, you got exposed to a bit of my blood. That created a subtle link between my DNA and the diatrophic nerves in your brain, which probably explains the instinct to consume my DNA. I wasn't gonna bring it up. Figured you head back soon, and it wears off on its own. No need to make it awkward.
噛まれるのが怖いとかじゃないわよね。
He was clearly teasing, sneaking a glance to catch my reaction. Not at all. By the way, want a little post-meal snack? I held my arm out to her. She made a silly face at me.
じゃあ遠慮なく行くわよ。
She gave a playful roar and lashed onto my forearm, pretending to gulp. Then she let go and a faint roll of bite marks remained. Alright, let's focus on our problem at hand. Hard to tell. The interface messed with the clocks. It's been daylight for a few hours at least. Something's off about the island. Abandoned town. Patrol bots still running. Signal jamming still online. We need to stockpile on supplies. Enough to last until my operatives get here. If we gather enough, maybe we won't have to wait for rescue. We might just make it out on our own. Okay, judging by the trailer, the next patch, I think the people that were joining us will be Yao and Nita. Sharp whistles cut through the air. We stepped outside. A red flare tore across the sky, trailing fire as it fell.
救助隊かしら。
Maybe. It wasn't Heimdall's signal. I checked my comms terminal, still scrambled by interference. But they show up a little too fast. The night before at Heimdall base.
ボス、ディノーラからの電話です。
つないでください。
Sorry about that, I had to yawn. Lyra's hologram shimmered into the view before Tao.
見つけたかしら。まだです。焦っているのはわかります。でも安心してください。分析員がいれば、きっとクラウリナは無事に家に帰れます。私の実験室、誰かに侵入されたわ。唯一の鍵はクラウリナが持っているの。私が分析員にそう指示したと言いたいんですね。 実験室の鍵は姉がクラウリナに残した宝石よ。彼女はそれをずっと肌身離さず持っているはず。急に知らない場所に行って見たこともない仕掛けを宝石で開けたのはクラウリナ自身だとでも言うの？
昔から分析員と面識を持つあなたなら彼の人となりをよく分かっているはずです。
人は変わるものなのよ、タウ。あなただってそうでしょ？残りわずかの余命を伸ばすためにあそこの実験ノートを入手しようと。違うかしら？それを渡すからクラウリナの無事を約束して。
だから誤解です。落ち着いてください。
クラウリナに何かあったら、彼女は私の最後の親族よ。私はクラウリナのことを娘として接してきたの。彼女に何かあったら分かってるわよね？
ええ、分かっています。そうはなりませんから。安心してください。
The call cut out.
カロリン、寮で待機中の覚醒者全員に出撃の準備をするよう伝えてください。
はい、すでにヤオとニタにそう伝えました。
Yep, I knew it. I knew it. Although, to be fair, it is given, but I knew it.
今からディノーラ側の行動を監視してください。特に相手の救助隊の動きに注意してください。後をつければミラの実験室にたどり着くでしょう。最優先事項はあくまで分析員の救出。その上で実験室の情報を可能な限り集めてきてください。今後ディノーラ家と協力していく上できっと役立つでしょう。
ボス、失礼ですが、まだ協力の可能性はあるんですか？
それはミラではなくクラウリナが決めることです。
The rescue team board Denora's biotech insignia. Something's off. Some of them walked right past us, heading straight for the island's water tower. This island's been firing off periodic EMP bursts. How do you even get here?
お答えできかねます。
I frowned. Their hostility was unprovoked.
お嬢様、お待たせして申し訳ありませんでした。船の休憩室までご案内します。こちらへお越しください。
ええ。行きましょう、分析員さん。
Let me guess, I'm not allowed to be with her. Clarina has barely taken 2 steps while the lead rescue blocked my path.
お待ちください。分析員殿、私たちと一緒に来てもらいます。
Yup. Yup.
待って、それは誰の指示なの？分析員さんは私の客人なのよ。
申し訳ございません、お嬢様。ミラ様の命令に従ったまでです。
きっと何か誤解してるわ。電話を貸して、おばさんに説明するから。
ここは電波が届きませんので、それに出発前、ミラ様からはっきりとそう命令されました。どうかご無理をおっしゃらないでください、クラウリナ様。
Hard. No, your order is impossible. Before they could react, I ripped the weapon from the guard's belt and crushed it into a wad of scraps.
動くな、捨てろ。
Is there even a difference between these? My apologies if I have to pause. is exact copy. I don't see any difference. The rest of the team tense up, weapons drawn, aiming straight at me. Clarina snatched the weapon from the nearest guard. No normal human could match a manifestation speed. She leveled it at the rescue captain without hesitation.
今すぐ銃を下ろして。
下ろせ。
Easy, Clarina. There's no threat to me. Clarina moved back to my side as the team slowly backed off, creating distance. They're repositioning, looking for cover.
ごめんなさい。おばさんのせいで。
A ginge from the distant high point caught my eye, the reflection of a sniper's scope, steady and trained. It's fine. I'm unscathed. And my operatives have arrived. We're close. We're close. Purge. Oh, I'm... Let's play with her for the time being.
私も本気でやらないと。任務地点に到着。要所制圧っと。さて時間は。通路確保には十分。救出ターゲットの現在位置は未確認。あんたならきっと無事だよね。そうと分かってはいるけど、やはりこの目で確かめないと心配でたまらない。
Ah, the good old days.
ちょうど在庫管理してたところなんだ。
Ooh, nice.
これは過重労働だな。
I don't think that was necessary, but... Oh, this is like the good old days. Back when Snowbreak used to do this before in the other story mode. I'm glad they brought that back. Nina, how are you struggling? Just use your... Nina! Just punch every time! It's not hard!
敵全員あっちを向いてる。もしかして。
Okay, what are these?
仕事だ。ちょうど在庫管理してたところなんだ。
Okay.
君たちの冬を温めてあげる。すみませんね、仕事なもんで。
That was fun.
外周部も制圧済み。
I don't have a good angle aiming like that.
一体どこにいるの？我慢よ。我慢我慢。今日から昼は長くなる。
Infiltration. Okay. Now we're playing Nita. Got it. Do you know? It's actually not that bad. Like, yo, we get to switch between one Yao to another Yao.
拳がうずいてたまらない。おかしいよ。なんで無人島に地下室なんかあるわけ？ロボットもうようよだし。分析中にいるの？もう知らない。ガラクタなんか全部ケッチョンケッチョンにしてやる。慌てない慌てない。
あとちょっと。
Hold on. Okay.
へえ、いい度胸だね。
Oh.
そんなんで威張ってどうすんの？慌てない慌てない。あとちょっと。今日は早上がりの予感がする。
When I use a skill on her, it doesn't feel right because
そんなんで威張ってどうすんの
because not the aim, but the camera angle feels very bad.
「そんなんで威張ってどうすんの？へえ、いい度胸だね。
I could survive that, don't worry.
まだいける。やっぱこっちの拳の方が硬いみたいだね。いないか。やっぱヤオのところにいるかも。へえ、へへ、ちょっとした一歩だね。こういう時は盛り上がらないと。
Blitz. And then after that, there will be 2 more story mode after that. Okay, so it's still Nita. We don't use any other characters for the time being. Alright.
やっと追いつけたんだ分析。こっからは私。やっと出られた。めっちゃ人集まってんじゃん。きっとあそこだ。そんなんで慌てない慌てない。あとちょっと。私がやる。そりゃ。
I don't need to do all the combos. I just have to do whatever works best. Okay.
なんで威張ってどうすんの？そりゃ、ぶっ飛べ。
Okay, I did not aim at anything at all. Okay, let's try this.
へえ、やるじゃん。
It hit the ones behind me because that goody AoE.
慌てない慌てない。ちょっとした一歩だね。
I guess I could use her ultimate. Just wait. I'll use the ultimate later. Yeah, right there. Right there. They're just standing there, menacingly to die. Hold on. I did not aim at anything. Okay.
よっあれ分析員なの？分析員こっちこっち。こういう時は盛り上がらないと。
I could have used Yao OT, but I decided not. That didn't occur in my mind. I don't think it was necessary. Wish, if you can hear us, hear this. It was a one-sided battle. From the sound of bullets hitting their mark, it was clear my operatives weren't using lethal ammo. I waved towards the sniper perch. A few jints from the scope flickered in reply.
分析員心配だったんだよ。
Nina rushed over and threw her arms around me. I gave her hair a quick ruffle. How did you get here so fast?
早いの？よくわからないけど、カロリンに教わったままディノーラ社の船の後をついてきたんだ。
That's odd. How did Denora's team get here so fast? How's everyone else?
航路の付近を捜索してんじゃないの？私とヤオだけが寮で待機してたから迎えに来たんだよ。
分析員さん、こちらの方は？
Oh, right. This is Nina, one of my operatives. And this is Miss Clarina Genora. She recently underwent a theotrophic nerves procedure at Yggdrasil. Here, her Genovis.
あ、この子新隊員？よろしくね。大所帯だけどすぐに溶け込めると思うよ。
Ah, the Red Total family.
その
Clarina's case is a bit unique. Tao approved her procedure as a one-off. She's not with Heimdall. I'm just here to escort her home.
あ、そっか。じゃあまた遊びに来てね。ねえ分析員、ヤオはまだ任務が残ってるから二人で帰ろう。
You practically got ditch her for a private date written on your face. Anyway, I need to get Clarina back to Philosia first.
もう向こうから迎えが来たんでしょ？
Weren't you there? How could they still do that after such a fight?
ああ、それもそうだね。
Did Tao ask you to use the sleepers on them? Sleepers are non-lethal rounds developed by Heimdall Logistics Department. They knock targets out without leaving lasting damage.
そうだよ。なんだっけ。分析員の安全を確保する前提で、相手に不可逆的な傷を負わせないようにって。
Figures. Tao and Myra probably still has more talks ahead. We need to get Clarina home.
あれ？ここって電波が入らないんじゃなかった？なんで外のことがわかるの？
You'll see once we get out of here. Clarina stood nearby, quietly listening in. While I glanced her way, she's stiffening slightly, purely caught off guard. What is it?
もう行くの？
Yeah, I'm taking you home. That's basically what happened. She went out looking for supplies while I was asleep and might stumble into the lab by accident.
わかりました。島の電磁パルスと電波妨害はすべてゲノム編集を受けた上、タイタン技術も使われている植物によるものです。ヤオはすでにサンプルを採取して祈祷しているところです。クラオリナを家まで送り届けたら、病気は治りましたし、協力の方は私に任せてください。
Good to hear. See you soon. Once we cleared the island's signal interference radius, I got a line through Tao. We stopped to nearby Heimdall outpost to rest and resupply, then continued by land. Nita sat up front with me. Clarina rode in the back, watching the scenery blur past the window. She seems gloomy. With Nita here, and the situation is still delicate, I head off asking anything. I take this road before. We were close. Nita. This town got a few Philosia specialties. Pick some up for the others. I'll swing by to pick you up after dropping Clarina off. It's quicker this way.
わかった。任せて。
Nita hopped out. The car went quiet. In the mirror, I caught Clarina's eye.
分析員さん、
Yeah?
また遊びに行ってもいい？
Of course. Anytime.
あなたも時間があったら会いに来てくれないかしら。
Whenever you want to see me, just say the word. I'll be there.
ええ、約束ね。あなたと一緒に過ごした時間はとても楽しかったわ。
Same here. The manor gates appear in the distance. We were almost there. Our time was slipping away. I eased off the throttle, letting the car slow. She didn't speak again until we reached the gate. I got out, walked around, and opened the door for her. We arrived. She paused, then slowly stepped out. With her back to the manor and her eyes fixed on me, she drew in a deep breath.
また会いたい。
She uttered those words softly, like a spark to a fuse. It set every nerve in my body aligned in an instant. Heat surges to my face. If you like.
クラウリナ、
Without us noticing, Myra has appeared on the second floor balcony looking down, probably for a while. Then she vanished, like heading down to meet us. I swallowed the words in the tip of my tongue. Clarina, if you ever grow tired of your life, you're going back. If you ever grow tired of the life you're going back to, call me. Whenever you're ready for something new, or just want someone to sit beside you for a while, I'll come. She got a firm nod. Glancing back towards the front door, she stepped forward and gave me a hug. I let go just before Myra appeared.
分析員さん、さようなら。
Goodbye, Clarina. Nina was the one driving on the way back. I used the time in the car to check in with the girls. Yijusfield aircraft was already prepped at the nearby airstrip. Takeoff, then landing. On the way, we passed the amusement park. Gates chained shut and the Ferris wheel just a silhouette in the dark. By the time we got back to the base, the transport carried the RV was already en route to Philosia. My lips itched. I touched it. The scabe flaked off instantly, revealing the fresh skin underneath. Next thing I knew, I was already in Tao's office. She was immense in her work, not even acknowledging me at first. Tao? How long have you been sitting here?
30分くらい。言いたいことがあれば言ってください。
I don't know how.
クラウリナのことですか？
You knew?
顔にそう書いてあります。
She's been through a lot.
ええ、彼女の話は私も少し聞いています。
But I'm not a family. I'm in no position to question how she was raised.
その上、今のディノーラ社とユグドラシルとは対立関係。
Yeah. But I want to bring her back. Not for politics or strategy or leverage. Just because I want to. I'll find another way to get what I want. I promise.
なら、そうすればいいでしょう。私の方はご心配なく。
Seriously?
彼女を連れて帰るチャンスは一度しかありません。それに比べれば、実験室にあるものなんて後回しにしても構いません。
Thanks.
待ってください。
I was just about to stand when she stopped me. Reaching under her desk, she pulled out the transparent Ziploc bag. Inside was a journal.
コックピットで回収されたクラウリナの持ち物ですよ。ついでに返してあげてください。
Once I made up my mind, I didn't wait. While the aircraft was being readied, I headed back to my room to pack. As I gathered my things, something slipped from the journal in the Ziploc bag. A photo. Fireworks in the background. Again, my apologies. I'm looking back at the photo. It should have been like my old outfit. What the Jessa used to wear from before. I know it looks cool, but then not everything has to be like as in a serious manner. At least from what I'm seeing. Anyway, two people tussed close in the Ferris wheel cabin. The girl was smiling, more brightly than I ever seen. It was from our ride together. She printed it. I opened the bag and set the journal and photo on the desk. Turning the photo over, I found a single line scribbled on the back. If you can't hear me. She gazed out the window for a long time. Then slowly, she lowered her head and wrote those words. She turned to the first page of the journal, the only thing she brought along on her trip.
月曜日、病気が進行しているみたい。おばさんはひどく焦っていた。病気そのものよりもそれの方が悲しかった。おばさんは私よりも辛いらしく、もう何もかも終わったとでも言うような顔を見せていた。死にたくないのは多分誰だって同じ。でも現実は選択させてもらえない。おばさんを慰めてあげたいけど、慰め方がわからなくて、喜んでくれるかもしれないって今まで以上に勉強を頑張ることにした。そしたらおばさんはもっと悲しくなってしまった。一体どうすればいいの？もうわからない。金曜日、私の病気に転機が来たっておばさんが言っていた。ユグドラシルの専門家が治してくれるから分析員という人が迎えに来るらしい。おばさんの口調からしてとても偉い人だったようだから調べてみた。そしたら映画の登場人物みたいな経歴がずらりと並んでいた。正直うさんくさいにも程があると思った。もしかしておばさんは恋愛詐欺にでも遭っているのかしら。その人が本物だとして本当に私の病気を治せるのかしら。長い間治療法を研究してきたディノーラ社でさえ大した進捗がないのにユグドラシル ディノーラのどれだけ先を行っているのか。分析員、彼はもうすぐ来るらしい。その後はちょっとサボっても罰が当たらないはず。月曜日、少しだけ弱音を吐かせてほしいみたいな。それを聞いた途端、電流が走ったみたいに頭からつま先までしびれてしまった。弱音を吐かせてほしい。だからみんなため息をつくのか。分析員さんは他の人と違うような気がする。彼と一緒にいると不思議な気持ちになる。今思えばちょっと失礼だったかもしれない。知り合ったばかりの人と話しすぎるのは良くないのだと本にも書かれていたし、それにしても胸が高鳴り体がしびれるようなこの感覚は一体何なのかしら。ネットで調べてみた。恋しているらしい。完全にデタラメね。もうこのサイト二度と見ないわ。せいぜい気になってはいる程度。今夜の風は心地いい。花の香りもいつもより鮮やか。宴会の料理は気に入ってくれたみたい。明日の朝食は手料理を振る舞おうかしら。そしたらもっと覚えてもらえるかもしれない。そうしましょう。火曜日、いよいよ出発が明日に。もうここまでなのだと急に気づいてしまった。あまり希望を持たないようにしましょう。期待が大きい分失望も大きくなるのだから。世界中で不治の病とされるこの病気がそう簡単に治るはずはない。もし私が死んだら、おばさん分析員さんのことを恨んでしまうのかしら。それだけは回避したい。おばさん、もしこれを読んだらあまり彼を困らせないで。ディノーラでもできなかったことだから。おばさん、なんで私の日記を勝手に読むの？ダメよ、今すぐ燃やして。水曜日、分析員さんが少し運転をさせてくれた。とてもスリリングで楽しかった。帰り道で遊園地を見た。遊園地には観覧車があった。一度は乗ってみたいわね。観覧車が一番上に行った時にキスを交わした二人は永遠の愛が約束されると聞いているのだし。ただの売り文句なのはわかるけど、やはり気になる。分析員さんは一緒に行くと約束してくれたけど、明日は手術の日。手術のリスクを聞いてみたら、そんなのないと返された。彼は総じていい人なのに、 人のことを見くびるところがあるみたい。分析員さんのバカ。私が手術で死んだらどうするの？欲張りすぎちゃダメ。でもやっぱり彼と遊園地へ一緒に行きたい。遊園地から帰ってきたわ。分析員さんが連れてってくれた。ポップコーンとアイスも食べられた。今日の私は世界で一番の幸せ者に違いないわ。ジェットコースターと観覧車にも乗れたし、ちょうどその時花火が上がっていた。いざとなると恥ずかしくてやむなくキスを断念したけど、代わりに2人で写真を撮った。手術はいよいよ明日。もうこれで心残りはない。不運はいつまでも続かないってのは本当のようね。だって今夜の私はもう世界で一番の幸せ者になれたのだから。やはり死ぬのが嫌。期待が大きい分失望も大きくなるってのも本当みたいね。木曜日、生きていた。生きててよかった。お腹がすくし、食事ができるし、花の香りを嗅ぐこともできる。そしてあなたに会える。これからもずっとこんな日々であったらどれだけいいことか。樽を知りなさい。私生きているだけでも十分に幸せなのだから。金曜日、分析員さんからプレゼントでキャンピングカーをもらった。生まれてこの方一番嬉しいプレゼントだったわ。あれがあればドライブも料理もできる。私の運転が下手っぴなのを分かっていても分析員さんは嬉しそうに乗ってくれた。試しに料理を作ってみたら上達が早いって分析員さんが褒めてくれた。分析員さんと一緒にいるのが好き。大好き。木曜日、日記帳を持ち忘れていた。今日は分析員さんと遊びに出かけた。寝顔に一つこっそりとキスをした。でも寂しいわ。明日になると帰らなくちゃいけないから。分析員さん、あなたのことが好きよ。あなたはそれを知っているようで知らないようで。あなたとお別れすると思うと泣きたい気分になる。言いたくて仕方がないの。ずっとそばにいさせてくれないかって。あなたの隊員になって一緒に冒険に出かけ、映画みたいなことをたく さんしたいって。日々飢えに耐えている方もたくさんいる世の中で、お金に何ら不自由のない私は十分恵まれているのでしょう。なのに思わずにいられないの。自分はディノーラじゃなかったらどれだけ良かっただろうかって。後継ぎじゃなかったら、息苦しい責任がなかったらって。もう十分わがままで幸せだったのに、やっぱり伝えたいの。
Tucked between the final pages of the journal was just that photo. On the back, she written,
あなたに聞こえるのなら。
Okay. That was really long. Moonlight, you can tell me.
日曜日、庭園に帰った。前の日記帳は事故でなくしちゃった。それで自分の心も島に置き去りにしたような気分。思っていたの。もしこのまま誰にも見つからなかったら、島で二人で余生を過ごすのも悪くないかしらって。聞いてみたい。おばさん、うなずいてくれるといいけど。
Irina closed her new journal and stepped out of her room. Myra was on the phone. She glanced over and gave a nod, motioning for Clarina to sit. Clarina took a seat, quietly going over what she wants to say.
ダメ。それは奥の手よ。今それを提示するのはまだ早い。たとえ提携を結んだとしても、プロジェクトはフィロゾワで行わなきゃならないわ。ひとまずはそういうことにしておきなさい。欲しいものはすでに手に入ったから、適当に時間を潰しておいて。
She hung up, then turned to Clarina.
調子はどう？ゆっくり眠れたかしら？
ええ、だいぶ良くなってきたわ。おばさん、ユグドラシルの話をしてたの？
ええ。いろいろあったけど、タウは真摯に対処していたし、私たちにとってプロジェクト自体も悪くない話だから。提携が決まったら、リーダーをあなたに任せるつもりよ。どうかしら？
それは喜んで。実は、おばさんに相談したいことがあるの。
あら。
Myra raised a brow, eye narrowed slightly as she studied Clarina's face.
手術を受けた後、体を含めていろいろ変わったの。今はヘイムダルに入って、分析員さんと一緒にいたい。
Under Myra's gaze, her voice trailed off. But then something seemed to click, and she found her words again.
分析員さんと一緒にいるのは楽しいし、好きなの。
あなた、自分が何を言っているのか分かっているの？
Myra's voice was calm, which Clarina knew that was a bad sign. She always got quiet when she was truly angry. Clarina stayed silent. She knew this wasn't her turn. Myra was only just beginning.
本当に知ってる？ヘイムダルは何に立ち向かっているのか。
タイタンがどれだけ危険なものなのか。アクロポリス学院の首席調査員だってタイタン汚染で命を落としたばかりなのよ。ヘイムダルが立ち向かうのはそれ以上に強い敵だわ。分析員、私が彼のことを知ってすぐ彼は宿り木宇宙ステーションに向かったわ。ヘイムダルは世界で一番危険な場所よ。あなたをそこに送ったのは病気を治すためなのよ。なのに
なら危険な場所に行かなくて済む事務職とか。
I should have finished the dialogue. That was the second time that I passed it. It's like I didn't know when to stop.
彼のそばが一番危険な場所よ。彼のことが好きなのね。
ええ。
There wasn't a slightest hesitation. The quiet sigh escaped Myra.
痛い目を見ないとわからないこともあるのよ。
Myra fell silent for a long time. Only sighs remained, as if the right words had slipped just beyond the reach.
ビネットが亡くなったあの日、私は心に誓ったの。絶対あなたの病気を治すって。必ず健康に無事で幸せな暮らしをさせてあげるって。
Clarina wanted to say something, but held her tongue.
まだ若いのに、この世で一番危ない人を好きになったなんてできるはずないじゃない。あの人にあなたを任せるなんてできないわ。
でも彼が好きなの。
なら大人になるまで待ちなさい。会社を継いで一人前になって自分の人生に責任を負えるようになりなさい。それからヘイムダルに入るのは絶対に許さないから。
どうしてなの？
あなたはこの庭園に生まれたの。たまたま外の景色に触れたから、ここはあなたの自由を奪う鳥かごだって思うようになっただけ。他の人が望んでも得られない暮らしなのよ。
分かってるの。だからそういう話じゃなくて、ただ幸せじゃないの。おばさんが決めた生き方では幸せになれないの。
この生き方であなたが出来上がったのよ。あなたはクラウリナ、ディノーラ家の跡継ぎ、私の姪っ子、ビネットの娘。あなたのすべての気持ちはこの生き方の上に成り立っているわ。今さらそれを自分自身を否定するとでも言うの？
否定はしてない。試してみたいだけなの。
試さなくて結構よ。私が生きている限りあなたに辛い思いをさせないわ。死ぬ前もあなたの身の回りをちゃんと片付けてから行くわ。
おばさん、そんなこと言わないで。
二人の関係に反対するわけじゃないの。私だって若い時期があったから。だからあなたも私のことを理解してちょうだい。クラウリナ、私はもうあなたしか家族がいないの。 あなたが自ら危険に飛び込むのは見ていられないわ。この世界にはヒーローやすごい人がたくさんいるの。分析員がその一人よ。彼らと違って私たちはただの一般人だわ。お金と家業があるかもしれないけど、災難の前ではそれは人より少し長く生きられる道具に過ぎないわ。
わかった。
After hearing Myra out, Clarina didn't have the heart to argue anymore.
おばさんもゆっくり休んで。部屋に戻るから。
待って。首のネックレスを置いていって。
え？
あの仕掛けはあなたが開けたのよね。
うん。この前、人間でゲノム編集実験をやるかどうかで意見が分かれたんでしょ？島の町にうちのロゴを見かけたから、私の知らないところで実験してたんじゃないかと思って実験室に入ってみたの。中のものには触ってないから。
ユグドラシルはそれが目当てなのよ。ネックレスを渡してちょうだい。場所がバレた以上、中にあるものを移動しなくてはならないから。
中には何が入ってるの？
教えられないわ。
どうして？
あなたのためよ。
Clarina let out a faint, bitter laugh and took off the necklace.
私のため。それはどうかしら。本人がどう思うかはそっちのけで。やっぱり嫌い。
Clarina set down her pen and stared into the night, lost in thought. After a while, she resumed writing.
気持ちに嘘はつけない。楽しみも苦しみも同じ。もう遊び足りない子供ではない。自分なりに考えたの。こんな日々を送っているのは一体何のためなのかしら。いつか会社を継ぐため、当主になるため、それとも遠い未来にある幸せのため。今のおばさんのようになったら幸せなの？正直そうとは思えない。今の私は空を飛べる。夜に花びらの脈が見える。嗅覚は昔より良くなったし、体も今までにないほど丈夫。外の景色が見てみたい。庭園の夜空も綺麗だけど、ずっと見ているとやっぱり飽きちゃう。
She paused. Then she tore the page from her journal. On a fresh sheet, she began to write.
ミラおばさんへ。こんばんは。私、しばらく出かけることにしたわ。いつ帰るかはまだ決めていないけど、明日も、来週も、来月も、食事を持たなくていいと思う。自分をちゃんと守るから。自分が作った料理しか食べないし、目を離したドリンクは飲まない。 心配しないで。ちゃんと自分の面倒を見るから。しばらくは後継ぎでいたくない。せめて出かけている間だけは。欲張りに聞こえるかもしれないけど、少なくとも今は外の景色を見てみたい。ネックレスは持っていくことにしたの。おばさんがネックレスをお母さんの部屋に戻したのを見たから。お母さんが残してくれたものだから、持っていくものはそれだけにしたの。実験室にあるものも私が所有者だから、どう扱うかは私が決めていいわよね。それじゃあまたいつか。おばさんのこと時々思い出すわ。
She hesitated, then added one last line.
どうか許して。
She folded the letter and slipped out into the hallway, leaving it by Myra's bedroom. She quietly stepped into Mother's room and retrieved the necklace. Back in her own room, her heart was still pounding. She opened the window. Beyond it, stretched the balcony, swallowed by the night. All she had to do was climb out. No one was able to find her. But she hesitated. She looked back at her room. The manor has been renovated not long ago. Many of the design's choices has been hers. The roof terrace was her favorite spot. From the balcony, she could smell the flowers. And more than anything, this was where she was born. Myra was right. Every corner of this place had a piece of her.
もし外の生活に馴染めなかったら、もしお金を稼ぐのが思ったより難しかったら、彼が私のことが好きじゃなかったら、私がいない間におばさんが病気になったら。
She made the decision on impulse, but now, standing at the window, all she could feel was doubt. A surname isn't something you can just walk by from. She realized she couldn't really betray her past, not when it had shaped her, her thoughts, her value, everything she was. It was something she longed to escape, yet couldn't quite let go.
あなたのすべての気持ちはこの生き方の上に成り立っているわ。今さらそれを自分自身を否定するとでも言うの
？Myra's words echo in her mind. She suddenly realized her aunt had carried her own weight all along. All these years, she has been trying tirelessly to cure her. The path Myra has paved might not be the one she liked, but it was hard to step off of. She just couldn't bring herself to do it. She didn't hate the life she knew, but she didn't love it either.
期待が大きい分、失望も大きくなる。
She was starting to believe that she was starting to believe that she felt herself caving in. Maybe she should retrieve the letter and put the necklace back where it was. But part of her wasn't ready to go back to the life she knew. A life pruned to that design is no life at all. She stood at the window, gazing at the night sky. The stars were the same as always. Yet tonight, they felt both dear and distinct, familiar and dull. Words failed her. Clarina? Are you up there? After landing, I drove straight to Genora's manor. The front gates were locked tight. A lone guard stood at the booth. I stepped forward.
通行証の提示をちょっと待ってください。
She stepped back, hand flying to her radio.
目標人物出現。すみませんが、入らせるわけにはいきません。
What happens to level B clearance and C to my every needs? I gave her a weary smile and flickered the card that I got on my first visit. A crisp metallic pring rang out. Metal, sharp edge, that'll do. I'm here for Clarina. Let me through. The guard stayed silent. I took a step forward. The guard instantly raised her rifle. The barrel aimed straight at the ground in front of my feet.
下がってください。
Miss Myra, what exactly did I do to end up on your blacklist? Sorry about this. In a split second, she hesitated. I flung the card. It spurred through the air like a blade, embedded clearly into the bullet in her rifle. I moved in, knocking her out with ease, and pulling the card back out.
身分確認中です。クリア。
I made for the courtyard, cutting through the garden path. My heart pounded harder even every step. I've seen this place at night before, but this time it felt different. I tried to recall the layout. Clarina's room should be ahead. Light spilled from the window. The balcony's door was open. I moved to the spot below and looked up, keeping my voice low but clear. Clarina, are you up there? A figure burst into view, Clarina. She clutched the railing with one hand and the other flying to her mouth. Eyes widened as she searched for me in the dark.
分析員さん。
I'll capture this later. Don't worry, it's fine. Right here.
どうしてここに。
To see you. I saw what you wrote on the back on that photo. Clarina, what was it that you wanted to tell me? I'm here to hear it from you in person.
好きよ。あなたのことが好きなの。
I love you too, Clarina. Come with me. We only known each other for 2 weeks, but I can tell. You haven't been happy here. You rarely smile at this place. You always look like you are wearing a mask, like something weighing you down. You don't want to live like this, do you? You wrote that song, didn't you? Isn't this really how you want to live the rest of your life? Come with me. Let me take you away. The RV I gave you is waiting outside. We can drive straight to Holmes. And if you ever miss this place, we'll come back. Or is that too much? Just take a walk with me. Play another song with me. We'll sit down for tea and you can treat me to your favorite dessert. Would you like that, Clarina? I finally let it all out. And when I look at her again, tears were streaming down her cheeks.
連れて行って私を連れて行ってくださいって言いたかったの。
Something inside me just melted. In that moment, nothing in the world could ever touch me more than those words.
ここからどうやって降りるの？
She leaned over the railing, laughing softly at herself. Jump. I'll catch you.
じゃあちゃんと受け止めて。
She climbed onto the railing, slipped off her shoes and tossed them to the ground.
行くわね。
Yes, I got you. I opened my arms. She swung a leg over the railing and jumped. Moonlight croaked her as she drifted down, like a treasure falling from the stars. Her dress blown wildly. She tried to hold it down, but the wind wasn't having it. She looked at me, fluttered, her cheeks flushed pink. I caught her feet securely at my hands. They were warm and smooth, like polished jade. It must have tickled. She stumbled forward onto my shoulders, her breath steady, her heart pounding in sync with mine. She crouched in my hands, leaning in, and gently cupped my face. Then her lips met mine, her toes curled against my wrists. Her fingers braced the back of my head. My tongue gently grazed her sharp little cuspids, and she shyly responded, hesitated at first, then yearning, until she lost herself completely. I held her close, then gently lowered her to the ground. Her face was still flustered as she slipped her shoes back on.
これあげるわね。
She pointed to the necklace around her neck.
島にいた時、あなたが眠った後、外で薬を探してた時、変な建物を見つけて、あなたに薬をあげてからまた確認しに行ったら、その島にはおばさんの実験室があって、実験室の鍵はお母さんがくれたネックレスだったの。これ必要なのよね。
She took off the necklace, then pulled out another, nearly identical one.
これ結構重いから前からつけるのが嫌だったの。だからレプリカを作った。湯船に浸かると浮いてしまうけど。
Thank you, Clarina. But I can't take it.
え？
I'll find another way to talk to Myra. I won't use you to get what I need. You keep it. You didn't say a word, just wrap her arms around me.
話はもういいかしら。
Myra's voice drips down from above. Where the night sky met the manor rooftop, she stood, watching us from afar. Yet her voice floated from over like moonlight, clear and cold.
クラウディナ、がっかりしたわ。
Wind stirred at our feet. Under the moonlight, the crimson shimmer began to bloom around her. The contamination level spiked sharply. In the blink of an eye, a storm forced wind surged, nearly knocking us off balance. Titans, Clarina, get behind me. I think we get to see the transformation. Let's see. Ooh, okay. I didn't expect them to come, but sure.
話は尽くしたわ、クラウディナ。どうやらあなたへの教育は失敗だったよね。まだ分かってないみたいね。彼と一緒にいたらどうなるかも。いいだろう。これが えよ
安心して。なんせ私の射撃の先生はあなただよ。おどかしい。翼の流れに従いなさい。に失敗じゃないわね。赤い月よ、集結を。はっ、そりゃ当たれ。失態じゃないわ。分析員さん。翼よ、羽ばたけ。おどかしい。流れに従いなさい。やあ、当たれ。勝ったわ。私にもできたわ。分析員さん。これが勝利の余韻。
Damn. I didn't expect her to be this tanky. Holy shit. Have I used some other character other than her? That boss fight will last way too long. Thank God I figured out how to use her at the end. Departure. I'm sorry. The vines and blossoms has one surge with the will of their own. Just moments now lay stern across the ground, limbs lifeless. The manor felt quiet again. Myra's armor has shed piece by piece, drained of its power. Exhausted, she dropped to her knees, glaring at me with nothing but spite. I stepped closer and picked up the shattered pieces of her armor. She still carried traces of tytogens, some kind of biotech, fusing plant tissue with tytogens. Ready to have a real conversation now, Miss Myra?
ヘイムダルの実力、本物のようね。ところで、あなたはどうかしら？分析員、あなたは昔のままなの？
I knew it. I have a feeling we crossed paths. If it was before Mrs. Dalian Station, sorry, that stretch of memory a bit fuzzy.
女だからって容赦しないところだけは変わっていないようね。
We fought before?
ええ。あの時はまだ若かったから一本取られたけど。どう？あの頃より腕は上がったかしら？
I'll be honest, yes. You just got much more tankier, that's all.
私は見ての通りよ。あなたじゃ今の私には勝てないと思うわよ。
Save it. I was holding back. Going full force on you wouldn't have felt unfair. But maybe that's the issue. I should have shown you my true strength. Otherwise, you'll never feel safe entrusting Clarina to me. I crouched beside her, resting my hands on what was left of her armor. The trace of tytogens it held was instantly drawn into my palm, siphoning off the water through a crack. Myra felt it. Her eyes still went wide, fixated on what my fingers touched the edge of the plating. If I'm the one you're fighting, the impressive armor of yours is really just for show. They didn't want to humiliate you. You're Clarina's family. But it seems you gotten the wrong idea about me. So, no hard feelings. From the looks in Myra's eyes, the collapse of that last hope shook her more than she cared to admit. Clarina, could you pass me the necklace? She slipped it off and placed it in my hand. Though the gem, I could sense a faint pulse of Tytogen. I turned and held it out to Myra. If I'm right, that lab on the island was built for Tytogen research, wasn't it, Professor Myra? How could I forget? Myra wasn't just a corporate executive. She was a professor at the Academia Arcopolis, one of the leading minds in Tytogen's research. Bioengineered flora designate for electrical discharge. Signal lays on the Tytogen's resonance. That's how the rescue team reached us so quickly. Never set foot in the lab. Whatever project you're running in, whatever the research or tech, it doesn't matter to me anymore. You can keep Clarina necklace for now. But here's what I need. Trust me. Let Clarina come with me. Myra stared blankly at the necklace in her hands. Then Clarina stepped out from behind me. She kneed softly at her aunt's side and wrapped her arms around her.
ごめんなさい、おばさん。ここが私の家であることも、おばさんは私の家族であることも忘れはしないわ。ただ外の世界を見て回ってくるだけだから。もう悲しまないで。
Myra remained silent. She bowed her head, fingers tightening around the necklace. Then, without a word, she brushed Clarina's arms away, turned around, and leapt off into the dark. A week later, Myra stepped into the house and, out of habit, glanced at the stars. Clarina used to wait there every evening to greet her. Even now, the reflex hasn't faded. Each time her gaze landed on the empty space, a quiet sigh followed. She just returned from the island lab. The assets was still there, untouched. But instead of the burning peace of mind, it only deepens the heaviness in her chest. Without Clarina the mentor, her days felt longer. She sank onto the couch. Loneliness crept in like a tide. A stack of envelopes sat on the table. Clarina's letters sent over the past few days. After a long pause, she opened one. A photo slipped out. 2 sandwiches stuffed with scrambled eggs and beef, along 2 ice glass of milk. Ice glass of milk? You put ice in the glass of milk? Really? That's kind of weird to me. On the back note, a note on Clarina's handwriting.
おばさん、2人の朝ごはんを自分で作ってみたの。料理って楽しいわね。食材の組み合わせ、火加減、味付け、全部考えなくちゃいけないし、食べる人に喜んでもらうために手順一つ一つに心を込めて作ったの。苦手なことを頑張るのも時間の無駄だとおばさんが言っていたけれど、本当にそうなのかしら。分析員さんが嬉しそうに料理を食べてくれたとき、私とても幸せだったの。今度帰ったらおばさんにも食べてもらいたいわね。
Myra stared at the words in silence, her expression unreadable. She turned the photo over again, this time studying the sandwiches in quiet detail. After a long moment, she set the photo aside and reached for the next envelope. Another photo. This time, it shows a pair of hands, fingers interlaced. Taken from the passenger seat, a head stretched along empty road bathed in a golden light, the word glowing under the setting sun.
おばさん、伝え忘れたけど、この前分析員さんがキャンピングカーをプレゼントしてくれたの。今は が好きなの。アクセルを踏むと背もたれが体を前に押す感じが時代の技術の結晶のように思えるの。景色もとても綺麗だったわ。映像で何度見ても自分の目で見るのとは全然違うのよね。朝日に輝きながら遠く遠く伸びる道路見渡して自分たち以外に誰もいなかった時の感動、あまりうまく表現できないけどいつかおばさんとも経験したいわね。
運転するなら集中しなさい。
She muttered it under her breath, then opened the next letter. This time, a small silver coin tumbled out along the side of the photo. The picture showing Clarina and Yuji Kujo standing at the main street of the mountain town, smiling into the camera.
おばさん、シルバーコインをもらったわ。プレゼントするわね。ある街を通るとき、写真を撮ってほしいって女性に頼まれたの。うまく撮れたからって謝礼でお金を出されちゃって、断ったら代わりにこれをくれたの。もしかしたら私って料理人、カメラマン、もしくは運転手になれるかもしれない。ヘイムダル隊員は待遇がいいって分析員さんが言ってた。お給料がどれくらい出るかはわからないけど、お腹を空かすことはないと思うわ。何が書きたいか自分でもわからなくなっちゃった。ごめんね、殴り書きで。
Myra rubbed the silver coin between her fingers. After a long pause, she reached for the final envelope. Inside was one more photo, Clarina, mid-melody on her harmonica, radiant and carefree.
ついにベランダ以外の場所でも人の目を気にせずハーモニカが吹けるようになったわ。ハーモニカなんて品が落ちるわっておばさんはいつも言うけど、正直ハーモニカが好きなのか、おばさんに隠れてこっそりと何かする感じが好きなのか、自分でもわからない。今ホルムに着いたわ。自分の部屋があるし、他の隊員たちもみんな優しい方ばかり。それに任務のない日はいつ起きても大丈夫。得意かどうかわからないけど、これから敵をタイタンを倒しに行くの。おばさんが私に隠してやっていた研究はタイタン関連なのよね。ならばある意味これはおばさんの希望に沿った仕事と言えなくもないかしら。おばさん、ちゃんとご飯を食べているかしら。屋敷の中で私以外にあなたを注意できる人はいないから、お体大事にして。封筒にこちらの宛先があるわ。おばさんは友達が多いけど、たまに寂しそうにしてる時もあるから、気が向いたら手紙を送ってきて。
生意気ね。私が寂しそうだって？
She tossed the photos onto the table and curled up on the couch, where her gaze kept drifting back towards the letters. After a while, she picked up the last envelope again. This time, her eyes linger on the return address. Then, without a word, she rose and walked towards her study. This is the last part. Finale. Good morning, Clarina. Ah, I'm back to my old outfit now. Welcome to the Heimdall Force. I handed Clarina her personal customized sidearm. She took it with careful solemnity.
何か誓いの言葉とか言わなくていいの?
Oath? There is no such thing. She tilted her head, then straightened up and gave a crisp salute.
あいあいさん。
Alright, enough goofing around. Go find Caroline and get your files logged.
お昼一緒に食べる？ハンバーガーを作ろうと思って。
Your call. She changed. No more mask, no more walls. Just her, leaning to feel. Or maybe she started to understand those feelings. That hunger to live. To try to taste everything life had to offer. Life. Like a spring that never runs dry. I smiled and made my way towards Tao's office.
どうぞ。
For some reason, fresh off the operating table, you sure spend a lot of time holed up in here.
慣れましたから。何か用事は？
How do you know Myra?
ミラの姉、ビネットとは昔からの知り合いです。私の治療プランも最初は彼女が考えてくれたものでした。クラウリナを産んですぐ亡くなりました。その後はミラが代わりに家を継ぎました。
Something about Tao's face was off. Usually I could read her, a smile in the eye, a flicker of relief in the brow. But now, it was all veneer. Then it clicked. Promise me you won't try to handle everything alone. If something's wrong, tell me.
約束します。そして必ず約束を守ります。
You made a promise once, a long time ago, didn't you? No, you wouldn't lie to me.
あなたに教えないと、そう約束しました。
But you've been trying to drop hints, quietly. He didn't deny it. It's connecting to the mission, and you wanted me to see it for myself. Was the crash part of your setup?
まさか、あなたの安全と引き換えに手に入れたいものなどありません。悪い、分析。ただ、少し耐えられなくなってきました。少し時間をください。あなたにとってもその方がいいでしょう。
I trust you.
ええ。
分析員さん。
Clarina waved from the dorm lounge bar. The table in front of her piled high with burgers and all kinds of snacks. Where's the kitchen? It's probably in the back, but I want to visit the kitchen, guys. She ran a knife across the top of the burger bun. The crisp golden crust crackled beneath the blade. As she sliced it open, melted cheese and savory juices spilled out from the cut. Incredible. Just 2 weeks ago, the same ingredients were basically a lump of charcoal.
褒めてくれてるの?
She took the bite, then gave me a cheeky wink.
おいしい。ちょうどいい厚みだから気持ちよく頬張れて幸せだわ。ハンバーガー屋は見栄えのためにパティを何枚も重ねるんだけど、あれ 熱すぎて食べにくいのよね。やっぱり自分で作ったのが一番だわ。
Where do you come up with all these burger philosophies? Still, I got it. New life, new flavor, new perspective. Oh, reception said a letter came for you. Figured I'd bring it by.
手紙、おばさんからなのよね。
She slipped off her gloves, dabbing her lips with a napkin, and opened the envelope I handed her.
クラウリナへ。庭園の権利と会社の株をすべてあなたに譲渡したわ。手紙にはあなたの銀行カードを同封している。私は保護者として失格だったみたいね。もうあなたに自由を返す時が来たのかもしれない。好きなように過ごしなさい。今日からディノーラ家はあなたのもの。私を探さないで。あなたのことが恋しくなったら会いに行くから。ちゃんとした暮らしを送るように。さもないと彼を許さないわ。ミラ・ディノーラより。
A bank card and a familiar necklace slid out of the neck of the letter.
おばさん、何をするつもり？
Welcome to the world of adults. Clarina Com's terminal lit up like fireworks. Message after message poured in, flooding the screen. She turned to me wide-eyed. She shrugged. There wasn't much else I could do. Welcome to the real world. You're responsible. Sensationist. I don't know if I pronounced it properly. Whatever. You push back against responsibility, but your care for Myra is real, and she knows you care about the company too. That's why she brought you into my projects over the years, to forge a bond between you and your family business. With mentorship like that, no way you turn out to be a lousy heir. Maybe it's a little early to rein you in, sure, but it worked. She tied your heart to the company. That means she done her job. Rena paused for a moment, then powered off her phone and set it down atop the letter.
そんなの明日考えればいい。今日はもっと大事なことがあるわ。
Karaoke or board games? What is gonna be?
どちらも。ごちそうさま。
She stuffed the last of the burger into her mouth and patted her lips dry.
じゃあ、また後で。
She waved cheerily and dashed off towards her room, only to run back out a moment later.
いけない。言い忘れたわ。
She leaned in and kissed me, then gave the corner of her mouth a cheeky little lick.
おはよう、分析員さん。
She must have rinsed her mouth while inside. Only the faintest hint of vanilla lingered on her lips. I smiled back. Good morning, Clarina. Well, that was interesting. I did not expect this would be long, although a lot of stories are going to be very long. Usually, story modes, like early on during the game, is actually much shorter, but it actually got much longer, obviously, because a lot of dialogue, the voice acting, of course. Yeah, this one still feels a bit long in my opinion. I wish it could condense it a little bit less lengthy in some way. I think it's about time I don't think it's about time I say this. What I wanted to say was I finally understand how to play her properly. Only because I reached to the final boss, so it's like, okay, now I understand what I had to do. Now I understand why I had to go through this nonsense. It turns I don't think I ever seen her transform at all in the story mode. And I don't think I paid attention that she changed her hair color to white hair and red eyes. I don't think I saw that. She did not become she kind of become a vampire, but she's not really a succubus. There was no indication of that at all from that story. After hearing all of this nonsense. But regardless, I don't think there's any more to add to this. This story is very long. Anyway, leave a like to this video and subscribe to this channel. And if you are subscribed to this channel, share this video. It will help me out a lot. And comment down below what you prefer to see next time. Until then, I will see you guys in the next video. Until then, I'll see you guys next time. Goodbye.